Sorry guys. Give me a minute. Just a bit busy here. Don't worry though. Ugh! Shit! What the fuck? Uh... eh. Shit. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Jesus Christ, I think I've completely botched it. uh, uh, oh well. Fuck it. Hey guys, how's it going? Fucking stream chat, oh no. Okay. Give me the link. Give me it. Give me it. Okay. Hey guys, how's it going? Where's Twitch chat? Alright. Black shirt. It's a black jumper, not shirt. Okay. Oh, where's the Twitch chat starting here? There we go. Hey, Box Dude. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I'm a bit tired today. Been quite busy. God. I feel like I was winning this game for like basically all of it and then fucked up right at the end because I panicked about starting stream. Or just because I'm shit. I was doing pretty well. But I couldn't find the fucking final blow. Where was it? I should have taken that. Okay, I don't even. That was good, but it was May 13. Okay. That pawn going up would have. I don't even fucking. Whatever. Alright. Would never figure that out in time. Okay. Is Dylan hiding? Dylan's getting ready. Don't worry. How are we doing though? I think even Beast Process is disillusioned. I doubt Finkelstein runs his Twitter, except that one time he talked about Destiny because that was the only tweet that I just know was him. Yeah, the way he runs his Twitter is fucking insane. Finkelstein is so strange on Twitter. Like, again, I know I shouldn't let it taint my views of his earlier works or whatever, because maybe they're good. Like, I don't know. I haven't read them, so I can't really judge. The way he talks on shows, though, and the way he interprets like things that he's read sounds really weird. But it's like he's not a very convincing tweeter for a start. Like, what is this? Have no fear. It's certain that Israel will figure out how to deactivate the booby trap after it finishes constructing the tunnel. Like, what's the whole thing? Like, you start with your conclusion and then just work back from it. Like, what the fuck? Taken to the absolute extreme. It's so baffling. The fuck? Why? Yeah, who's his Twitter handler? Who's in charge of this account? I watched your Ukraine debates, and you're the most non-Ukrainian Ukrainian I've seen. What does that mean? I thought it'd be Ukrainian, non-Ukrainian, the other way around, but okay. Wow. Is that the psycho that debated Jenk? No, this Norman Finkelstein is, you're mixing up your Jews, my friend. Whoa, that's not good. Norman Finkelstein is the pro-Palestinian guy. I think he's like a two-stater still. He's still a two-stater, but he's the guy that made that Jewish girl cry because he was comparing pro-Israel people to Nazis. I don't know. He's very strange. Israel has shown journalists a hole in the ground at Al Shifa Hospital as a tunnel shaft. The jury is still out because the Times credulously reports the IDF, fearing booby traps, has not ventured down the shaft at the hospital. Most strange. It designed the miracle of Iron Dome to deflect incoming missiles, but it can't figure out how to deactivate a booby trap. Here's an idea. It can always rely on an old trick of the trade. I don't. What the fuck? I feel like intercepting a rocket in the sky is maybe a bit different from looking out for traps. I don't know. I don't know. But maybe we'll watch the IDF videos and maybe they'll look completely fucking ridiculous. Who knows? I'm just so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're expecting because I don't know why you could quote like I think this was like a day or two, like even 10 hours into the operation. He was still tweeting stuff about how fake it's all going to be. But I'm like I don't know why you would be so confident so quickly. Like how does this keep happening to people? I don't know. But I guess it doesn't matter because he's already saying that like I think it's fake, and if they show me the evidence, I'm going to say it's fake anyway. Like, what a strange way to approach things. Again, I'm not going to be sold on things like completely for quite a while because there's no independent verification. But shit, I don't know. Anyway, God, uh, smugness and arrogance. I don't know. I think it's also it must be some kind of like there must be some level of reinforcement, right? There must be some level of reinforcement because uh, I think people maybe reach a position where they can just conclude and they never get in trouble for it. So why not just keep going, right? Because if you don't do it, someone else will. And you know, you don't want people to get bored of you or whatever the fuck, right? So just keep going. Just keep on chomping. Keep chugging, you know? I don't know. Pepe post emote when? I don't know. When someone sends it to me or shows me a link where to get it from, because I can't be fucked looking right now. Ooh. Right. It's a really strange mindset. I don't know. Conclusion mindset. I don't see anyone named Dylan. I don't just wait. God, why are you guys so impatient? Before I talk, because Dylan's like the foreign policy guy, and everyone likes Dylan's foreign policy, so I need to prepare. I need to prepare for talking to Dylan. All right. So there's only one way. There's only one way to prepare for a foreign policy discussion. Okay. Oh yeah, Lebanon as north of Palestine. I knew that. Oh shit, I'm already stuck. Okay, good start. UK. Okay, I know where the UK is. The Bahamas. That's this one. Hmm. Can you ask Dylan why he defends NATO, who has killed over 2 million civilians, and if you defend Hamas, you get cancelled? It's such a stupid way to. What a stupid question. Like, every state ever has killed civilians. Okay, like just about, or every state that's ever gone to war. It's like, why would you defend X state even though that state has killed more people than fucking what'd you call it? Like than Ted Bundy, right? Or it's so dumb. I feel like the nature of the crimes and the intent and the way that they're carried out kind of matters, right? Why would you defend the Allies, which included the Soviet Union as well? Like, why would you defend them in World War II when they killed they killed millions of civilians? Like, shit. Anyway, Russia. Kenya. Kenya's here, right? Big cats. Belarus. Uruguay. Oh, not Tajikistan. Wait, Turkmenistan? Uzbekistan? Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. Yeah. Poland. Jamaica. Papua New Guinea. Ecuador. Oh. Nigeria. That's Niger. This is Nigeria. Slovakia. Oh god, I hate these ones. Okay. Tunisia. Ukraine. Burkina Faso is there. Ghana is... Oh. This is not... Wait. This is Benin. This is Ghana. Cape Verde. That's this one, right? Okay, god. Nauru. Just a little one here. Bangladesh. Dominican Republic is here. Seychelles is the higher one. Cameroon. This one here. Armenia. Yemen. Nepal. It's really intense when you don't zoom in. Rwanda's the north one. Vietnam. Oh, Nicaragua. This is one that I fuck up. Guatemala. It's one of these ones. Honduras. Oh, no. This is Nicaragua. Yeah, okay. Samoa. Samoa is this one because it's Kiribati. This one's Fiji. Yeah. Uzbekistan's the one with a weird square border. Latvia's the middle one. I've been there. Cuba. Belgium. Am I going to hit this one? Austria. Guyana. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Marshall Islands is the top one, I think. Federated States. Palau. Solomon Islands. Okay. Is this collective punishment for your viewers? No, it's genocide. Myanmar. Oh, wait. The big one, right? It's Thailand's. Oh, shit. Why did I forget this? Kazakhstan, big one. Tanzania. That's Mozambique. This is Tanzania. Okay. Republic of the Congo. That's the French one, not the Belgian one. Algeria. Namibia. Kuwait. Turkmenistan is this one. New Zealand. Chad. Looks like Chad. Egypt. Angola. United States. Morocco. France. Suriname's this one. Niger. Ivory Coast. Okay. Guatemala is the one near Mexico. Colombia, the one that's near the Central America. Estonia is the top one. Venezuela is this one. Oh shit. Tuvalu is this one, right? Because that's Fiji. El Salvador. Is this one Belize and this one's El Salvador? Yeah. Chile is the long one. Big. I've always wanted to see the Atacama Desert in Chile. That's definitely one place that I would go to. Georgia? Jordan? Albania. Okay, we need to zoom in. Spain. Argentina. Malaysia. Shit, I almost... Equatorial Guinea. South Korea. Finland. Fiji. This one here. Oman. Portugal. Luxembourg. North Macedonia. Denmark. Malta. Uganda. Oh, fucking Montenegro. Tiny
Loner
one.
box. You smarmy
KBV, thanks to the $4.99. The Arab Socialist Buttocks Party. Nice one. Singapore's this one, right? That's one I always... Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. It's Bahrain and Qatar that I always fuck up. Oh, shit. It's Bahrain, the lower one or the higher one? It's an island, so I can't fucking tell, bro. I need a minute. Wait, Saudi invaded Bahrain, right? And or they moved troops into Bahrain in like 2012 or some shit. I think Bahrain is this one, right? Yeah, okay. Netherlands. Not a good one to get stuck on. Hungary. San Marino is here. East Timor is down here. Palestine, south of Lebanon. Okay. Pakistan. Gabon. Comoros. Cyprus. Mozambique. Serbia. Oh, that was Bosnia. Whoa. Botswana. Benin. Mongolia. Somalia. Burundi, south of Rwanda. Sri Lanka. Madagascar. Turkey. Belize. Trinidad, Tobago. Down here. India. Oh, fuck. Grenada's the next one, isn't it? I think I'm going to fuck these ones up because I'm really bad at them. Guinea-Bissau. There's Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, right? The small one's Guinea-Bissau, yeah. Switzerland. Oh. Zambia. Dominica. Oh, shit. This is one that I fuck up. So this is St. Lucia. This is not Dominica. I think this is Dominica. Yeah. Okay. Czechia. China. Ireland. Lithuania. Barbados is on the side. South Sudan. Oh my god. Well. Why did I mix up South Sudan and North? Well. Okay, let's just blast. Jesus Christ, Senegal. Okay. Yeah, St. Lucia's the right middle one. Yeah, okay, I got that. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. Rip. Whatever. Whatever. Maybe tomorrow. No Kosovo, Taiwan, or Western Sahara. Oh well. Better luck next time, Lorderbox. Fucking dumb cunt. Alright. Tried to go for speed. Eh? No Kurdistan. Yeah, I know, right? They at least include a Palestine because it's recognized by most of the countries, eh? At least they have the courtesy to do that. Did you see the video of the tunnels under the Shifa hospital? Yeah, I did. I did see that. Not too sure what to make of it, but it looks like a big old tunnel. For sure. Okay. I saw this as well. The PA denying that the people at the music festival were killed by Hamas. So it was Israeli helicopters. I guess it's the TikTok videos that we're going for. Okay. Oh well. Wow. Ouch, dude. Okay. You should play a flag naming game. I could do. It's definitely an option. What's up with the Apache stuff? I don't know. Oh god. Sneeko. He's so brave. Can never stand in the way of that courage. When is Dylan coming on? I don't know, when he feels like it. God, Twitch is a bit wild right now. Okay. Is there a controversial movement logos game? I don't know. I did want to watch. So I've got a couple of videos I want to watch. There's one with that Jewish historian talking about the history of the conflict, part one up to 49. It's like a half-hour series he's doing, so that might be interesting. Because this guy is quite knowledgeable, although he's definitely biased. So we can probably look at because of his video that I watched on Gaza. I think he went through like the entire history of Gaza without naming a single bad thing that Israel did ever. Like, so that was quite funny. Um, so it might be good to look at that, but also he probably does have some info that I've not heard before because he's like a historian. So he'll probably put out some niche stuff so he can set himself apart from the other historians. Do you care about the ancient history or not so much? Not as much. I mean, it's interesting, but I don't care that much. No, it's like playing a game of Operation. Yeah, I know, right? Um, where is the new Lex video? What happens in the new Lex video? Mearsheimer. It's like 3 hours long, 3.5 hours. This is the one you guys said was insane. Hmm. I don't know if I want to watch Lex Fridman for 3.5 hours. Not gonna lie. Have you seen the Hassan speculation meme? Yeah, I did. Yeah, saw it yesterday, I think. Has anyone confirmed the helicopter stuff? Half the sources have the word intifada in their name. No, it's just like a TikTok meme. Yeah. As far as I know, maybe there's something new, but thanks for the $5 though. Thanks very much. Destiny confirmed Benny Morris on his podcast. Cool. I don't really fully identify with Benny Morris's politics. His perspective is very, it sounds like the way he talks about Israeli atrocities and Israeli stuff is, he always just sounds like that's just the way things had to be, or that's just how the history goes. Like he has a very kind of almost like sociopathic way of talking about like the Israeli treatment of Palestinians. Deprogram is the best podcast. Yeah, if you want retarded propaganda, go for it. But otherwise, not really. If you're on a bunch of guys celebrating Hamas with apparently no second thought, get it, second thought about what's going to happen like 2 days later, it's so fucking childish. It's good if you think you want to debate. Oh my god, you maybe. Got to bring the content, eh? I think it's irresponsible platforming when I bring people like this on twice. Oh well. Tommy Robinson back in the chat. Yeah, I'm in the Discord though. Fuck knows.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
I also need to share this stream in the Discord. Whoa. Haaret said a few Israelis were shot by friendly fire. That's not surprising. But that's a slightly different claim, I will say. All right, hang on. Are you also Israeli? No, I'm not Israeli. No. I can't even go to Israel. It's not allowed. Because if I go, I won't be allowed to go to Lebanon. And with my fucking Middle Eastern name, they'll probably look at me funny in the fucking customs. What can we debate? You asked to come on. I don't know. Bring me your takes. Otherwise, I'm not starting. Oh, yeah, fuck. If you get a new passport, yeah, I'd have to replace my passport, yeah. Which fuck that. Can you speak Arabic? No. Not really. No, not at all. if Islam would accept two-state solutions. Jeez. Can I come on and ask some questions? Are you Jewish? No, I'm not Jewish. No, I'm Lebanese. Like, well, I'm mostly Scottish. Like, primarily Scottish, but my dad's Lebanese, so I've got that. Yeah. Lebanon is so annoying about the Israeli visa thing. Well, yeah, they're enemies. They're mortal enemies. Lumar Box Daffy. Box Dam Hussein. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What's old Vouch talking about? Someone mentioned him in the chat. I can't remember what they
Hmm.
said.
Yeah, I've been hearing little bits of information about the conflict in Myanmar. Apparently, the military is starting to suffer from constant rebel attacks.
Oh yeah. I thought the rebels were doing fairly well in Myanmar. I thought, and I also know, but I don't know that much about Myanmar. I don't know anything about it really. I think in Bangladesh, there's not. Wait, hang on. Is it? Do we not have like textile workers on strike in Bangladesh and they're like rioting and shit? Yeah. So the Bangladesh garment workers were offered a 56% pay rise, which they rejected because it was still too shit. Let's see. Well, they've been fighting with the police and shit. It's been proper fucking on the ground violence. Mainstay of Bangladesh economy accounted for 16% of the GDP. And on Tuesday, the government said the minimum monthly wage would rise by 56.25%. First increase in 5 years. The workers want more. Hey, on Thursday, workers downed. What would that even be? Going up from like fucking $2 a day to $3 a day? I don't even. Jesus. We're just demanding. Prices are skyrocketing. We're just demanding decent pay. We'll not return to work until demands are met. Oh, I guess they probably haven't had inflation accounted for then. Yeah. One woman was killed on Wednesday as police used tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse the protests, which have coincided with violent anti-government demonstrations demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and calling for a free and fair vote under a caretaker government. You know what? Good on them, because I actually am perfectly okay with all clothes doubling, tripling in price. If that means one, fucking idiots don't have to buy new clothes every week because they don't have a personality, and two, they can get good wages and they can live fairly and in dignity. Because fuck that, fast fashion is so stupid. Like, I went to a clothes shop today. I was like, why is there so many fucking clothes here and in all other shops? It's because there are wankers out there who buy a fucking t-shirt, wear it for 2 weeks, and then buy new t-shirts because they're like, oh, I don't know, I'm not really expressing my personality anymore with it. Fuck off. I'm still wearing t-shirts that I bought when I was like fucking 17, right? It's not hard. Buy new clothes occasionally, but god damn it, like pay the money for it. Fuck. Or go to charity shops. Or get fucking B stock. Like, or whatever however the fuck they get stuff on the cheap in TK Maxx, right? I haven't bought clothes for over 10 years. Hey, or use eBay. Yeah. Their bulging muscles break the fabric. Yeah. I don't know. It shouldn't be hard to just. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just hearing noises. Okay. Whatever. Do I want to watch this thing? Do I want to watch the concluder meme? I guess we should. It's quite funny. I guess we're obligated. Or my bookmarks of the day.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself? You genocidal piece of shit.
You genocidal piece of shit.
Perverted.
Cuck bastard.
Perverted war tourist.
Wait.
Cuck bastard.
So that should work, hopefully.
This, oh, yeah. This should work.
Does it?
I think so.
If you're too gated, you should let people know.
Got you.
Or people in chat can let you know.
Am I in frame? I don't think I'm in frame.
There you go.
No, I'm beautiful and in frame.
Yeah. Welcome to the stream. Say hi, Dylan.
Hello, everybody. I came to Scotland just to annoy the people in chat that don't like me. Nice to meet you.
Wait, let me get this up. I think you're a bit quieter than me. Is his mic cutting out? That's what I need to know. He's echoey.
You put a echo. Our mics are very close.
Yeah. Hang on.
I think they can hear you on my mic.
No, they can hear. You can hear you on my mic. Is what's
Oh.
happening, because my gate is probably. It might even be off. Oh, it's just really like that's probably better.
Maybe.
Back off. But okay.
Sound like I'm in a tunnel. Oh boy.
Oh,
That's
sound
what
like
they
you're in a
said.
tunnel. Let's off then. How's that? Is that better?
Is it?
A lot better now. Hey, okay.
That's good.
We'll just have to keep a safe distance from one another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not safe.
Yeah.
Much of
Okay.
a pervert.
Okay. That was. I like this one. I like this little fucking white moose. Gives you a sense of inner peace. Look at him.
He is very cute. Like that cow we saw today.
I'm cutting off. Okay. Hang on. That's probably fine then. I'll just keep this open so in case I need to adjust it. Oh. Is that better? Do I stop cutting in and out now? Hello, hello. Yeah. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Okay. See, what do you think of this? Antifa flag along blended in with an support Israel flag in Germany.
Wow. Beautiful. Truly. What the Antifas of 80 years ago would want. To bomb Palestinians. Brutally.
Yeah, I feel like Germany's in a really weird position, right? Why? They've been doing this a lot. They've been more pro-Israel than just about any other fucking.
Oh, come on. You know why. You know exactly
I
why.
know why.
Don't play games. You know why.
No, I don't. I'm
Oh, really?
a curious bystander.
Hmm.
I don't conclude before reading the evidence.
I will conclude.
Yeah.
I will conclude immediately.
Okay. Interesting. Wow.
What is it about Germany versus France, Spain, and all the other countries in Europe
Listen,
in recent history that could possibly affected this political decision? Some national conscience that's different than everybody else's. Some type of reckoning they might have had to have. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
wait, so what are we gonna do? Do you think?
We could react to stuff.
Yeah.
We picked a few things.
I wanted to look at the IDF propaganda videos of the tunnels.
Of the
They seem
tunnels.
yeah. So I saw this one. This is Dr. Avi having a go at Finkelstein. Because I think Finkelstein, before anything happened, decided that it was all going to be fake evidence if anything comes out, right? That's basically his position. And today, I think this came out. Yeah, just earlier today. That they apparently found a tunnel shaft. And that's the fence of the Shifa hospital. We can look at the geoconfirmed afterwards, but this is what we have so far. Like, here's what I don't get. The IDF, I don't trust them at their word. Not really. For everything. the problem is that we've got U.S. intelligence saying that this was a thing as well before this happened, and I'm just like, there's no way, there's no way that they because what's the alternative to them? The alternative reason for them surrounding the hospital and doing this operation, right? It's not like it's either that there's something going on under it, like tunnel networks or some kind of like military operation, or the IDF just got really, really obsessed with this one hospital. Like they just hate the idea of Palestinians getting healed from the wounds of fucking bombs.
I
And it's
imagine
just like finishing off, it's cleaning up the everyone who survived their first attacks.
it could be
Like,
that their intelligence was just wrong. That they
yeah,
thought there was
that could
a.
be one
I
thing,
mean,
yeah.
you saw the animated video of the massive, extensive compound, the IDF animation that showed all these rooms and bunkers and command centers. I mean, a full HQ under the hospital. I've seen a lot of people trying to argue that these tunnels are fake. These tunnels don't were built by the IDF in like 5 days. I'm sorry. There's no way they brought in the construction crews necessary to build these tunnels in secret. It'd be some crazy, crazy psyop nonsense if they were able to pull that off. What's more likely, in my opinion, is that they were wrong about there being an extensive compound. They were wrong about it being an HQ, but there was probably some sort of tunnel system in the area. Now, I think the real question that people are not asking, instead of trying to pretend that this tunnel is probably not real when it probably is real, because Hamas has a history of doing this, a much easier argument, I think, for pro-Palestine people to be was it proportional to attack this hospital in such like with such fury and such overwhelming attack over one tunnel? Was it proportional? I think somebody could make an argument that it wasn't, but instead we have to pretend that this tunnel was made in 5 days under fire. Nobody spotted them by the IDF, which I mean, I just don't think that's possible. I mean, I don't think it's possible.
yeah, I don't have they still said that they're doing, because the last I saw from the IDF was they said they're going to be very slow and it's going to be a long operation because the hospital complex is the size of like multiple football fields, right? The big complex.
It's a big complex, yeah.
So have they said for sure that the headquarters is actually not there, or
I don't know if they've said that for sure, but I think they would have found more evidence than this if the HQ was under the hospital.
yeah, that's what I'm wondering because I've heard people say that the HQ is moved or to the south, but or I don't know if that's actually what happened or if they're just spending more time looking or just going slow because of like booby traps and shit.
I mean, Israel has been tricked by Hamas intelligence operations before. A lot of people
Yeah.
say that the reason why they got so cucked on October 7th, okay, that's maybe not the word to use. Why they got, hit so hard on October 7th is because they were tricked by Hamas intelligence putting out fake intelligence saying that, oh, we don't want a war with Israel. Don't want to attack Israel. We have no interest in doing that. So it's not like, I mean, people talk about the Mossad and Israel's intelligence being like this perfect, amazing apparatus, but it's perfectly possible for them to, just get it wrong or fell for like Hamas fake intel.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just. I really hope this puts to bed the idea that like Mossad rules the world and they can do all these covert operations around the world and manipulate global politics to their interest. Because if this is them at their best, like Israeli intelligence is kind of, it's just
Yeah.
like any other country, really.
No,
Or,
the Israeli intelligence community has really lost a lot of soft power over the last month.
I didn't expect that to ring so
That
well.
was a
What
big
the
ring.
fuck? All right, let's keep watching. So if the IDF did build this, they bashed it up a bit as well, just to make it look extra real. You could do that in 5 days because you just dig, right? There's only one way down.
I mean, it doesn't stop there. I mean, 5 days. I don't buy it. I don't buy
7-meter spiral staircase.
it. Yeah.
If I give you a shovel and give you 5 days, you can get 7 meters down.
Yeah, get me like a truckload of construction workers, some willpower. I could do that. I could do that in an afternoon, personally. Actually, give me a spoon and a hammer, and I could get that job done.
And how did they? This is just a camera on a fucking yeah.
Looks like a drone, something
Okay.
like that.
I heard them say that they were. Someone said it's on a dog. Is it really on a dog?
I mean, look at all that like reinforced wall. Like in
Yeah.
5 days.
I don't. Then they come up to a blast door, right?
I mean, there's like tunnels from Gaza to Egypt that are very poorly made that collapse all the time that I could imagine could be made in like a week. But
Mhm.
this looks reinforced.
Yeah. And a firing hole. Ooh. The drone lost connection and they had to send a dog in. Yeah. Wow. So it's just whether or not they found anything that was worth surrounding a hospital and airstriking the fuck out of the entire area and evacuating that whole northern region. Eek. But I think that's the bulk of it. Is there anything else added to that? I haven't seen anything else.
I think that's everything.
Mm. Oh well, it's that like drip feed of information as well. Because the first thing they found was like that tunnel shaft opening, but they never went in. And so I guess we'll see. What about this? You see this?
Yeah, I saw that. I don't care about it. Video means nothing.
It's just you can't make anything out of it, can you?
Yeah, it's just an injured guy and armed guys walking around. Hamas fighters who probably brought him to the hospital. But I
Yeah.
don't know what would they expect? Okay, so Hamas
Yeah,
brings
it could
this
be
injured
that
guy.
they don't want them to die, so they can use them for bargaining chips, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
but
like-
what is the okay? So Hamas brings this injured Thai migrant worker that the Hamas guys nearly murdered during their terror attacks in southern Israel. What would they expect the hospital staff to do? No, we won't treat him. What you did was immoral, so we'll let him die. What was the hospital staff supposed to do? I don't know what this is supposed to prove.
Yeah.
Like if we had for example, if we had something similar happen, like I don't know, an Israeli soldier gets injured, or no, I guess it would be a Palestinian civilian gets injured that got captured by the IDF, brings him back to Israel. If the military brings him to a hospital, are we supposed to now say, okay, this is proof we can bomb the hospital? I don't know what this is proof of. I don't know what this is supposed to show or prove to anybody that Hamas operatives were in the hospital at one point.
Yeah, unless they're saying that they're torturing people in the hospital. I don't know. Like, oh fuck, who knows? Yeah, I'm not really making anything off of this. I just feel like I don't know if it's just because in the middle of a war you can't really gather that much compelling evidence, or if they're just not very good at it. I don't know.
Dylan is very pro-Israel, I can tell. My grandfather was in the Lahai, actually.
The Lahai.
Yeah, the
Is that
Lahai.
Is it Lahai or Lahi?
I don't know.
Lehi. Lehi. Yeah.
That's my
fuck.
grandfather.
Yeah. And I think this is just geolocating. They found the body of Corporal.
It's just nothing that they
Oh, this is just
found
news
has
updates,
justified
okay.
the spanning operation.
Yeah, not so far. No. I don't know. But I guess you're never really going to know how much there is until like the end, which is kind of like defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Of them showing you the reason that they're there, because it could be like 2 or 3 weeks from now that they find this huge complex, right? But that's like the only way they can, if they say that, it's like, well, you just gotta let them keep going to find it, you know? Yeah. Like a really difficult position to be in because you can't really hold them to account that easily.
No, I mean, until they find anything, we can't really like trust their word on it. Until they show any physical evidence, we can't trust their word on it.
I feel like that was all of it for today, wasn't it? That was like all the big, the geolocated, we're talking about it, weren't they? Hang on. Is it geolocated? Is that what they're called?
Geolocated? Yeah, geolocated.
Geoconfirmed.
Yeah,
That's the
geoconfirmed.
one. Yeah. What did they say about it? These guys
They're
are
good
quite
people. They
interesting.
actually geolocated one of the war crimes we documented in Kherson. Good people.
Yeah.
Volunteers are very, very nice.
The IDF and Shin Bet Security Agency released new footage showing part of the Hamas tunnel network underneath Gaza's city's Shifa hospital, where the terror group is believed to have had a main command center. Coordinates, location. Okay. Found a vehicle loaded with ammunition. Is that the whole thing?
That's it. Yep. It's
Okay.
just the video.
You're lying again. Damn. Damn.
They caught him. They got him.
Flawless. The perspective makes Dylan look tiny. Well, it's because Dylan's been watching Lord of the Rings, so we're practicing
turned into a
forced
hobbit.
perspective.
Turned into a hobbit. All of Scotland looks like the Shire. It's a fake country.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was designed to trick tourists.
What was your favorite thing about Scotland so far?
The cows were cool.
The
I like
Highland
the
coos.
long-haired Highland cows. They were cool.
Damn. Oh, look at that donut. What the fuck is that currency? Is that rupees?
Holy shit, that looks like so much money. 2,200 magic bucks.
It's like, it's in the red, which means it. Damn. What the fuck is it's rupees, right? Indian rupees. Yeah, it's
Wow.
Indian rupees. Yeah.
10 cents.
That's all right.
$21.
Pounds.
Oh,
Stop confusing fucking
pounds.
pounds for pounds are superior to dollars.
They're not superior to
always have been.
dollars.
What's this? Manny Fabian, check the 3-minute video. Is this more? Oh, they're approaching the complex. Okay.
Loner box, you smarmy
Cuck bastard.
So surreal hearing that.
Hey Loner Box. Wanted to give a little something for my birthday that's coming up. Enjoy, heart, heart, heart.
Yo, I
Oh,
wish
thanks
I
so
got,
much for the 2,200 rupees, Tommy. I really appreciate that.
I wish people gave me money on their birthdays. That's a great arrangement.
Yeah, that's actually quite good. It's quite nifty. And Naomi Chance, thanks for the $2 as well. I only have 2 magic bucks to give. Well, there's no such thing as not enough. Okay. So wait, where did this start? I mean, it's all in fucking Hebrew, but I'm guessing some partisan girl hardest hit thinking was this. This was a septic tank. Oh yeah, she was saying that. Oh god, that girl's fucking crazy. Have you ever actually had an encounter with her?
Yeah, she blocked me. She doesn't like me.
Okay.
I was like, Assad should be hung from a lamppost. She didn't like that very much.
You said what? Assad. Okay.
I didn't say anything.
All right.
Ignore what I said.
So yeah, she's one of those people where every tweet gets community noted. Yeah.
It's always the same of like reposting footage from Syria, the same slaughter that she supported,
I
pretending
saw
to
that,
Palestinians.
yeah.
I hate it. I hate it. The only people that deserve to be war crimes are the people who who covered up the war crimes of the Syrians and then pretended they cared about it now that what's going on in Gaza.
Loner box.
Repurposing
you
that war footage. It's
smarmy
horrible,
cuck bastard.
soulless, it's disgusting.
So is this them? This is down at the tunnel entrance, is it? Okay, yeah, I see. That's the same thing we saw the video of earlier. That's them getting the camera down. Okay. Wow. Ooh, look at that. Imagine just having to be like I don't know, tunnel warfare just scares the shit out of me. It's like caving. You know, that kind of anxiety you get from caving videos? You know what caving is?
I'm familiar with caving. I
Yeah.
saw a friend of mine like asking why people are into it. I kind of get it. You know, there's an exploring of the unknown that no one has ever been, like a expansive system of unknown darkness that's just sitting under your feet. I get the idea, but it's not for me. Fuck that.
I will never get over this story of the guy who ended up upside down in a fucking uncharted part of a cave in like Utah or some bullshit. And just, he was there for like 26 hours and he died. Like,
A horrible way to go.
yeah. Like it was just his feet. Apparently it was just his feet sticking out like that and yeah, like this. He just went head first. And the whole story about it is so gross. It's like, they say that he took a wrong turn and ended up into like a very tight place, then went into an uncharted place, like this little gap here. And he had like sucked his chest in to get further down because he couldn't turn around. He was too tight in. But when his chest expanded again, he wedged himself in and he was just stuck like that. So they tried to get like, and every new bit of equipment the rescuers had to get in took like a couple of hours to get down and through to him because they could only go one at a time. So they get this thing around him and around his legs and they try to pull and his legs got stuck here and then he would just slip back down. And they tried it like 3 times and he just died. Like of fucking, yeah. Not good. They were considering breaking his legs, but they didn't want him to go into shock and die with his head upside down. Yeah.
Awful.
How did he die? I think it's just cardiac arrest, wasn't it?
I mean, if he's upside down for 26 hours. Like the blood's gonna rush
And
to your head, you're gonna
yeah.
die. I couldn't do that for 30 minutes on a jungle gym when I was a kid. Couldn't imagine doing that for
And they
26 hours.
couldn't, yeah, they couldn't break the rock because it would like, if they broke the rock, it would end up with him fucking, uh, everything was just like they couldn't stop bits of rock from falling down on him and squeezing him entire. So yeah, they closed up the entire cave after that, and he's just still in there. Saddam Hussein.
Jesus. Those are good memes though.
This is the measurement, though. See that, like 10 inches, the opening that he was in.
Oh my god, how is he gonna get out of 10-inch hole? That's suicide.
So, I'm not going caving ever. I'm scared of tunnels as well now.
I'd only do it for a very, very large parasocial interaction.
I don't think we have caves in Scotland.
Like if
anyway.
Zelensky said want to go caving, I'd do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd go into a cave, but caving's not when you go into a cave. Caving's like when you properly squish yourself into these ridiculous claustrophobic situations. There was a part of that cave, that nutty potty cave called the birthing canal, because you squeeze yourself into this little open, oh God, this little dome. Like, fuck this.
I could see
really
trying
do.
it once in an area. Like I could do it in like a beginner's area just to know what the experience is like to try to get why people do it for like a documentary. Outside of that, I could not imagine doing this for fun.
Pure copium, thanks for the €2. It's so wholesome to see this Turk-Kurd friendship. Yeah, is it? Okay.
So you represent the Turks, I represent the Kurds. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like I represent both, and you're just like an American fucking airstrike, making things difficult for me. Not really improving the situation. Hang on, if I do this, will that? Okay. What do you want to watch? I think I want to watch this 30-minute video about the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict from a Jewish historian, because I feel like this guy will have some niche info that I don't know, or we don't know, but he'll also probably. The last video I saw was Gaza in Jewish history, and he just kind of like he goes through the whole history of Gaza from the Canaanites, and I don't think he mentions like a single bad thing Israel did in the entire history. So.
It has 474 likes, not a single dislike. So I doubt it has a single inaccuracy because people like it.
No, he's not going to be inaccurate. It's like an omission thing. He's clearly got like a bias, but oh well, let's have a look. Because let's see. I don't think he's like a bad dude or anything. It's just there's clearly a bias there. Maruzi, I'm not going to watch the video of the Nutty Potty Cave incident. I don't really get bothered by gore videos, but that one, like, I was struggling to sleep after watching that one, so I don't know. Anyway, let's go. You ready?
Yes. Wait. Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading.
Can I say something quick? You know, I as much as I do believe knowing the history is important, it does get kind of frustrating sometimes when I'm on Twitter and I'm trying to like call out like a war crime or like the bombing of that Greek Orthodox hospital or something like that. And somebody will say like, well, you know, it's a very complicated war. And the thing is, there's no amount of detail that you can give me that's going to make me be like, yeah, bombing that church, that church, there's no evidence that Hamas was operating in. You know, now if I just knew a little bit more about the Jews, then I would understand it. If I knew a little bit more about Jewish or Israeli history, I'd understand it. As much as, you know, we should know the history, like you don't need to know all of the history to call out the bombing of civilian infrastructure or call out the lack of proportionality from the Israeli response.
I've kind of noticed that. I think as long as but it depends on what your principles are, right? Because I think the history matters to a lot of people who go down this line of who was there first or who made the first move, and that's what we should use to apply to our politics today, right? I think that's whose original land is it, who's indigenous, and all this shit. But yeah, because I've always had the consistent position that there are three main things that people want that they deserve in that area, right? And it's Israeli civilians deserve to live in the security, right? Palestinians deserve this. Well, both of them deserve to live in security, and Palestinians deserve self-determination that they don't have, and the refugees deserve refugee rights. Like as long as those three things remain constant, it's like you should be fine regardless of what the history is.
Loner
But I guess the
box,
problem
you
is when
smarmy cuck bastard.
I think it does make a difference when people present Israel, especially, as just this kind of like uh country that's happened to just get surrounded on all sides
Loner
and
box, you smarmy
like threatened
cuck
by everyone
bastard.
for not really any real reason apart from maybe anti-Semitism. And I think what at least what I've noticed from my community is that people who are pro-Israel starting to look at their own state in a bit of a different light when they consider the amount of aggression that they've applied across the Middle East since the Balfour Declaration, right? In one way or another. So I don't know. I think it like at least personally, I think it's found that like because I think the Israeli kind of like right wing cope is
Loner
that
box, you
everything we do is
smarmy
defensive, right?
cuck
Everything we do is
bastard.
reactive to someone else doing aggression. But yeah, I think getting rid of that myth maybe like a good step forward.
It's important to know the history. Like, for example, I talk about all the time, like Ukrainian history has been so like unbelievably colonized by the Russians. It's always been told through the Russian perspective, the Ukraine. But and even if you know the history, it'll help you understand the conflict better. For me, it made me support Ukrainian sovereignty more. There's no amount of like reading of that would lead to me saying, you know what, it was actually when the UPA went to Poland and slaughtered all those people. Now that I know the history, it's actually okay to target civilians. Now that I know the true history of Ukraine, if Zelensky decided to cluster bomb strike Russian churches, now it's okay. Like, no, that's not going to happen. There's general principles we should uphold in every war that are consistent, including the protection of non-combatants and the responsibility to proportionality that all nation states should be upheld to. But Israel has been very, well, no, they're all kind of combatants because they voted for Hamas. Like, these are general principles we should uphold regardless of the history.
The thing that really scares me is like the thought that IDF people have been watching those, like even generals maybe have been watching those videos of Gaza and the amount of and the people in the streets celebrating or even joining in torturing the hostages. I don't know if you saw the recent one where this hostage was getting taken in the back of a truck and the people in Gaza were just gathering around and taking turns like whacking him with a plank.
I didn't see that. I saw a lot of
And-
videos of people getting smacked. I didn't see the plank video.
And I just wonder if there were like, or the women getting spat on, right? Like from the very beginning. And I wonder if there were IDF generals just watching that and that was like influencing their decision making or influencing their levels of concern for collateral, for civilian damage. Yeah, that's really scary because they're humans at the end of the day. They probably are going to be fucking, yeah. But then that's going to result in war crimes,
I was talking to you about this earlier today. The commander of Rusich is a real bastard. But one of the things that's really horrific that he did is he released a guide on how to torture Ukrainian POWs and get away with it, and it included instructions about how to use a phone book when you execute people, so you don't leave burn marks on their body from the parts of the muzzle that they would push on the body before firing. Talked about where to beat them so you don't see the bruises on TV when they do one of those mock trials. And all these instructions, 21 roses, all that horrible stuff. You can Google that if you want. It's too graphic. And when he was brought up to talk about it by some Russian journalists, and they're like, is it really smart to say that type of stuff publicly? And I also love that frame.
Remember
publicly.
the Holodomor?
The framing was so bad from the journalist, but his response was even worse. His response was, if we engage in this type of torture and we engage in this type of activity, then it'll be harder for Russians to surrender because we know the Ukrainians will just do it right back to us. The type of logic that people use to justify war crimes is really gross, but there is a logic to it. And for some people, it could be, we know they're going to do it to us if they had the opportunity, so we're just going to do it to them. They'll show us no mercy, we'll show them no mercy. Is a logic that I've heard sometimes from soldiers.
Yeah, I feel like in Israeli-Palestinian stuff, especially in the 90s, I was reading this whole thing about why the Second Intifada erupted so quickly and in the way that it did, was because, at least through the mid-90s, both the militant wings of Fatah and of Hamas and of Israel, like with the IDF, had all basically decided that the other side was going to need to be persuaded or pushed through violent means. So you had the youth wing of Fatah like arming up in the West Bank pretty aggressively, and then the IDF basically adopting this policy that if there's any scuffles or there's any fuck about, we're going to clamp down on it as aggressively as possible as a way of like sending the message that like you can't fuck with us basically. But the problem is that when both groups are doing it, you just have this like massive eruption of violence. And even though the IDF were also proposed in the mid-90s to take a more de-escalatory approach, there was a separate model that was proposed to contain violence in very specific areas and to not let people get caught in the crossfire and things like that. But they didn't adopt that one. They never used it. Yeah. And then you had like the second intifada with just like thousands of people dying across both sides. Yeah. Eek. All right. Let's learn about history.
Relying very heavily on the research of Professor Gudrun Kramer from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable one-volume history. She has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the perspective of their own national, religious, ethnic backgrounds.
Okay.
And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my own opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate what it means for our current moment.
Box, read the super chat. Oh, fuck you. All right, hang on. Sorry. I mean, thanks for the Killer99 with the £5. What do you think of the leftist Bin Laden fans on TikTok? I gave my opinion yesterday. What do you think, Dylan?
Oh, outside of that, I mean, I think what it is that number one, I don't think that the Guardian taking down the letter is smart. I think it would be smarter is for them to provide proper context for the letter, talk about like Bin Laden's background, why, like certain things that he like explaining like the background of certain stuff he said in there, because there's a lot of stuff in there that like somebody reading it for the first time won't even understand due to the geopolitics of the region. I think what probably happened is a bunch of people, definitely young Americans, didn't know much about the geopolitical history of what motivated the 9/11 hijackers or motivated groups like Al Qaeda, because it's pretty easy to look at a group that goes and slaughters civilians and just be like, that's bad. You don't really need to go any point past that. Same thing with Hamas and the October 7th attacks. And so when they heard those arguments, and they've never heard like a counter argument before, they were just like, wow, this is super amazing. Even though like much of the article is like the gays are bad, freedom sucks, casinos are evil. It's like half the article is just nonsense like that. And there's also the stuff in the article that's like horrific geopolitics, talking about like groups that America should have like not supported that were being genocided. But I think it's just that they never heard that point before. And so since they've never engaged with it before and they've never heard anybody actually sit down and respond and explain why much of what Bin Laden said was like drunk, you'd believe it was drunken ramblings that the man drank, but he doesn't. So I think they'd never heard the counter argument, so they didn't know what to do. And so they just kind of like, wow, this is amazing. This is revolutionary. When his letter is not really that convincing whatsoever.
I think they could have done with, if they kept it up, they should have annotated it. Like just, oh, by the way, I know he's saying that America supported the Russian actions in Chechnya, but they actually didn't. Just because a Middle Eastern person says America bad doesn't mean everything they're going to say is correct, right? Just shit like that.
And the Chechnya stuff makes no sense. The thing is, Bin Laden is like the pampered rich kid, a college educated jihadi, right? Like 99.9% of jihadis are not like him. I support the working class jihadis personally.
Whoa. On youtube.com. Okay.
Not really.
Right.
I look, all I'm saying is we should read working class jihadi theory more because I believe in the proletariat.
I think it's not representative. Getting other people to do his dirty work for him and shit. Anyway. Trans Rights Crab with a 5 Canadian. Thank you very much. Can you ask Dylan if it's okay for me to endearingly call him Banderite Burns? If not, what about the Maryland Menace?
Bastard.
Maryland Banderite Burns is fine. I already get called like an Azovite and all these other things all the time. But yeah, sure, I don't care. I'm already called a pervert, so how worse can it get than that?
Do we think Bin Laden was a champagne terrorist?
Champagne terrorist. I like that. Champagne terrorist.
All right. Afraz Kazmi with the 400. I think those are rupees as well. They are. Dylan, what's your opinion on Burma and the refugees coming to India causing ethnic strife in Manipur?
I think that they should still accept the refugees. I mean, they were ethnically cleansed. They were slaughtered by The Myanmar military, if they're sent back, there's a good reason to believe that they'll all be slaughtered and killed. So I think that to some extent they have to suck it up and provide the responsibility that nation states have when refugees flee to their country. If you look at how the Myanmar military engages in warfare, it is, we heard that there's some rebels over here, so we're going to come here, rape, murder, and kill everyone, burn down the village, and hopefully there'll be no more resistance in this area. And if a villager does not flee in time, they will gang rape them, they will kill them, and they will slaughter them. This has been well documented. They'll burn the corpses afterward as a message to other people in the region. And so if that's the type of stuff that they would be sending them back to if they were to expel them, then they have to accept them, and they have to find a way to live with them until the civil war in Myanmar is over and a democratic government and a multi-ethnic coalition has been installed.
Walden TV, thanks for the $4.99. Whoa, let's get through this video. Shit.
So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize for those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This will be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page with this. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. In the next section, I'm going to take you through some maps to say, well, which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century. After having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population, they decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today.
Okay, I know it's picky, but there were people who were calling it Palestine before the 2nd century. I don't know if it was that, if the name Judea was like completely wiped out, as if like there were other people calling it different things. But yeah, Herodotus was calling it Palestine like 500 years before the Jewish revolts. So but again, that's still a contention, though. It's a contention about how solidified that decision was after Bar Kokhba. But again, not that it matters. It's just funny that people fight over it. Yeah. Anyway,
I know, like, there was the one like revolt during the Roman times. I don't know anything about the other ones. Did like their football team win or something? Like, do you know about the other revolts?
what team?
Their football team. Like, do you know what caused the other revolts? Do you know?
The Jewish revolts.
Yeah,
I thought it was persecution. No,
probably.
if it was Romans. I don't even know exactly what Bar Kokhba was about. Why they did it? Like, just Roman rule was not well received. Military presence, unpopular changes, colonizing,
Those are all revolty things.
erecting places of worship on the Temple Mount. Oh,
For Jupiter.
damn, that's cringe. Yeah, just decolonial struggle. Okay, all right.
They renamed the entire section Palestina. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Filastin. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well, who would call themselves Palestinian Jews. I know that sounds strange today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper. Its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the Jerusalem Post used to be called the Palestine Post. That's crazy.
That's cute. I didn't know that.
This is why I like this guy. I don't really like his biases, and I think he's open about them. But yeah, I always learn something new from historians. Yeah.
The strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So that's Palestinian. Israeli. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. And approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinian. This is just an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Druze, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States and on. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish. But about half of the world's Jews are not.
Why aren't more Palestinians Israeli citizens? I guess we'll probably find out in this video. That's a pretty new to the party question.
Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews, in other words. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term
Whoever I disagree with
Zionism
on Twitter.
was
True.
coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionist and support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionist, believe it or not. Ooh. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region which has been called Palestine varies significantly over the space of the last 2 millennia. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic land, and in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost
with you for a
exactly
moment
500.
about the whole there's never been a state of Palestine. Why does that matter? I never understood why that mattered. Like until very recently, there wasn't ever a state of Taiwan. But if the people of Taiwan identify as Taiwanese, want a democratic system, want their own ways, then why should we deny them that? Even if before, like they were expelled from the mainland.
I
by the
really don't
communists.
understand it. It doesn't make any sense because, like, the argument, the counter argument, there's never been a state is like it's not about. We're not saying a state got invaded. We're saying people who lived there, who were owed self-determination, got kicked out. Like, which is the opposite of self-determination.
Until recently, there was never a Ukrainian state, which there was a Ukrainian state. There was briefly before the Soviet takeover, the Ukrainian People's Republic. There, of course, was like the anarchist, like Ukrainian Free State in the south, led by Nestor Makhno. There were all these different variations of Ukrainian state. Of course, the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, and then, of course, modern Ukraine. But if none of that ever happened, and the entire time the Russian Tsardom just continued to dominate Ukraine, and then the Russian Tsardom collapsed today, does that mean because there was never a Ukrainian state, that makes the creation of Ukrainian state stupid or not necessary if the people want it? It makes no sense to me. But I come from a self-determination perspective, not like a super like nationalistic, like Russian perspective or like nationalistic Israeli perspective.
Well, that's it's kind of like if Ukraine after the Declaration of Independence, like right after it just got invaded by Russia, and like, well, it's not a state yet. Sorry, yeah. Probably one of the weaker arguments, but yeah.
Years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine.
You've seen that? The no flag, no country.
But they got a flag. I know because the Israelis are very
They ban it.
They ban it and they crack down. They beat up people with watermelons. I've seen it.
Have you seen the
Remember
no
the
flag?
Holodomor?
Albert, thanks for the sub. Have you seen this?
I have not.
There's the Lego version's probably better.
We built up empires. We stole countries. That's what you do. That's how you build an empire. We stole countries with the cunning use of flags. Yeah. You just sail around the world and stick a flag in. I claim India for Britain. And they go, you can't claim us. We live here. 500 million of us. Do you have a flag? We don't need a bloody flag. It's our country, you bastard. No flag, no country. You can't have one. That's the rules that I've just made up. And I'm backing it up with this gun that was lent from the National Rifle Association. That was it, you know.
I gotta say, after spending some time here in the United Kingdom, dealing with their airport system and dealing with the people, I understand why the British went around the world to conquer everything, because they didn't want to fucking be here.
Yep.
It's rainy all the time. Everybody drinks to get away from the depression, and all of your airports suck.
What did you learn about Scottish weather today, Dylan?
It's rainy, it's dreary, and it makes you want to kill yourself.
I was going to ask you anything nice about.
Oh, I like the Highland cows were nice. Haggis wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I like the amount of churches, even though they've all seemingly been turned into nightclubs, strip clubs, and bars. I enjoyed the Har. The Har was cool. I liked the sea fog. I felt like I was in a horror movie in the beginning opening scenes of it, which was cool.
The Har was really thick today. It was going over all the fields, like over all the bales of hay and into the forests and shit. Yeah.
Got to see that cool statue of William Wallace, the Jew skinner. I'm calling him that because he did that. People don't know about it. And
I don't think he did it. I think just the people did after they took over one of the towns.
Well, I would say a Jews being skinned under your watch is still pretty bad.
You know what? Yeah, I agree. It was Cressingham, wasn't it? To make a belt for Wallace's sword.
What? He had a belt out of Jew skin?
I think that's probably
what?
folklore. Hang on.
That's crazy.
Was he the Jew though? No, he was the treasurer who became known as the treasurer. Was he the Jew? Because I know that the crown would task Jews with doing lending in different Scottish towns and cities, and then they became very resented by the locals. There was one town that got taken over by Wallace when the people living there skinned the local Jew alive. Was it this guy?
I'm a little surprised though that Mel Gibson didn't include the Jew skinning, considering
Mel Gibson makes a great Scot, doesn't he?
He does make a good Scot.
Alcoholic and racist.
An alcoholic anti-Semite. He's the perfect Scot.
I don't think this is Cressingham though. Was he? I don't think he was a Jew.
I will say that the people here are nice when they're not intoxicated.
The English began to cross the bridge. It was so narrow that no more. This is Stirling Bridge, isn't it? It was so narrow that two horsemen could ride abreast. When the vanguard had crossed, Wallace and Murray released their infantry in a downward charge, which crashed into the English. Unable to deploy, the vanguard was slaughtered, while their colleagues watched impotently from the far side of the river. At least 100 knights perished, among them Cressingham. Warren fled. It was later said that the Scots skinned Cressingham's body to make a belt for Wallace's sword. Oh.
That's slightly problematic, I would say.
It's good.
Kind of problematic.
Scottish recycling. You know, we make do with what we have up in these this scarce environment. Okay.
Palestine, or in Arabic Philistin, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Philistin, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the State of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Philistin, which has the slogan Min il Nahar il Bahar, from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan
Can't
River
say that on Twitter anymore.
on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying Min il Nahar il Bahar, you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel. There's only space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be
that's
free,
a fair
free of
classification.
I can find you the poll. The way that you can figure it out is where's this fucking poll? All right. Okay. The way that you figure it out is like when you see polls that ask you about one or two states, usually one state is split up into one state solution for two peoples and a Palestinian state from the river to the sea, as if they're two like they're different things. Usually, this one gets like between 20 and 30%. This one gets like between 60 and 70%. This is just after the war started. This is like a month into the war. So 5% of Palestinians agreed with the idea of one state solution for two peoples. 74% said Palestinian state from the river to the sea. So it does kind of sound that when they say this, they don't mean for two peoples.
Can I be honest?
Right?
I'm a little. I've seen people using the recent polling from Palestine to kind of justify the bombing of Palestine. Like, hey, they hate us. They hate Israel. Look at the polling. They hate Israel. And the person that's being polled is having their house next to them actively like demolished, and half their family killed in Israeli airstrike. I mean, what do you think they're going to answer in a poll? If you asked Ukrainians right now in a poll, like, hey, do you think Russia should no longer exist? Like 90% of them would be like, of course, and we would no longer be bombed. I think it makes more sense to me, at least, to look at the polling before the fighting. I think it would make more sense.
Before the fighting, I think one state solution for two peoples was polling. Yeah, it was polling around 27, 28%. River to the sea was usually still polling around 60 or 50%. So
it'd be like a 17-point jump.
Yeah. Like this has usually been sometimes one state for two peoples will overtake two states, but I think that's rare. That's only been in the last few years. Generally, the hierarchy of preference is river to the sea first, then two states, then one state for two peoples. But the thing is like when Western leftists call for river to the sea, they think they're saying this, right?
Yeah, I remember, what's his name? Ben Collins, I think Destiny had a debate with. I was watching him ask for like one democratic state where everybody lives together in harmony and like hits drums in a drum circle or whatever. It just doesn't seem, there's just so much spite. It just doesn't seem practical. I just don't, it's hard to believe it's possible.
I don't think it's impossible for, like ever, but it's just, yeah, right now, it seems to be the only solution that would actually at least be tolerable for both sides would be two states. Because Israel has never conceded to this. They would rather nuke the entire planet, right? And neither of them want this. So it's like you kind of have to meet there. But obviously that might change because if diplomacy even starts, there's going to be a whole process, and then people's preferences for any of these three things will obviously change throughout that. So, or it might not, but yeah, who knows? That's kind of how I see it. That's why I hate people in the fucking West arguing over one or two states. It's the most boring conversation you can have on this subject. And you know why people do it? I don't know if I've told you this before. People have that conversation. They prefer that conversation because people in this side of the world have a colonizer mindset. They want to argue over borders and partition and fucking, because even one state's kind of partition like, right? Because you're going to gerrymander the fuck out of the whole region to make sure that there's equal representation for both groups. It's like, that's not really our place to decide that, like the final state.
Would it end up looking like Lebanese politics, where they have like certain certified Jewish seats, certain certified like Palestinian Muslim seats? Like I have no clue how the system would be set up.
Yeah, one state for two peoples would be, you'd have to do so much like institutional arrangement for that and so many restrictions. But yeah, that's why I don't like the big massive debate over one or two states. I think that's just especially British people or Americans with the partition genes kicking in. I wake up, I have my tea and biscuits, and then I fancy a good old jolly partitioning of a country.
Draw some borders. I remember when the war between Russia and Ukraine first started, I love watching all the different like partition plans that people were proposing. I saw people giving Ukrainian land to Hungary. I saw Ukrainian land going to Poland. People were having fun with MS Paint.
I can't possibly have my afternoon nap before I've partitioned at least 2 or 3 of the colonies.
Jews, Judenrein, which is why many Jews find this deeply offensive. So in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this planned series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. At the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based in the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews. And Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with 2 of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. 2 of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and we said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair and she went off to do something else. And in that time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there. And that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically,
the younger
that's the
child
same
ethnically
kind of
cleansed the older child.
It's so much. It should be so much more simple, right? If you've lived there for a few generations, I think that's yeah. If the ones who live there, you should never get fucking evicted from your house, like from a place that you live and if you were born in, right? Like generally speaking, there might be exceptions if you're talking about like illegal settlement and stuff like that. But generally speaking, if you're there, you've been there for a while, like other people can come in and can come back if they're like indigenous, if they feel like they were kicked out a while ago. But just build new houses or something. Yeah, fuck. I don't know. It should be quite simple. The way I like to phrase it is that from 1917 until
Loner
48,
box, you smarmy cuck
the
bastard.
the Palestinians just had the better case. They just had a much stronger argument for their case because they were the majority and they lived there, right? The Jews didn't have a very good case at all, but they had excellent advocates. The Palestinians had the worst advocates in the world. They had advocates so shit that even other Arab states didn't really like them.
Like that, what was
Like
that? The
Al-Husseini,
Grand
right?
Mufti who was
Yeah.
like kind of buddy with Hitler.
Yeah, and even Jordan. Like the reason Jordan did their secret deal with Israel to for Jordan to take the West Bank during the 48 war, and for them to try and not clash. They did clash, but the deal was to not clash. Deal was partly there because Jordan did not want to have Al-Husseini for a neighbor in the West Bank. Yeah. So, yeah, a part of the reason, yeah. And obviously Israel didn't like him either, so.
I was here first versus you left and then I took it. The fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because, to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed as it were, for the land of Israel for Jews is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah stele shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to a people called Israel living here. But the counter
argument, the Rosetta Stone, because the Rosetta Stone is all busted up.
Argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as you see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period and specifically.
I feel like he could have done a job at presenting the secular arguments as well, right? Because the Jewish argument, they do have a secular argument, which is that they were indigenous, that they were there, then they were kicked out, and then the Muslim conquest came after.
We did say they were indigenous, right?
Yeah, and then the Arab one is that, well, we lived here, so it's like human rights. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's maybe a better way to phrase the argument, but yeah, the religious one, I don't know. I wonder if that's why that's why sometimes like the pro-Zionist people sometimes look a lot more unhinged to Westerners, because the very far right, like fanatic pro-Israel people will always just like, oh, pick up a history book, and it's usually the history book they're talking about is like the Bible, right? And Palestinians are saying, oh, we lived here in the 40s and they kicked us out. It's like it's so much easier to sell that latter one than there's the former, yeah.
Specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate, the 19th century, to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in the chair is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that there was always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having a look at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that they started to provide more, reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Druze who were included in this survey amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov L'chu v'nelcha, house of Jacob, let us arise and go, meaning go to the land of Israel and colonize it there in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster here, these are some English language posters, help him build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster. At the bottom, it's written in Yiddish, helft im boyen Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the.
It looks very Soviet,
of,
like labor movement, because I guess it was like a lot of socialists at the beginning of the Zionist movement. Yeah.
Ben Gurion, I believe.
Yeah.
He wanted to be like the Jewish Lenin, didn't he? Pretty sure that's exactly what he said. He wanted to be like a Jewish Lenin.
Did he say that?
I don't know if he said that, but I believe I've heard that somewhere. Somebody in chat can tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, the Soviets were the first they were the first state to give de jure recognition to Israel. So, in America, very shortly after.
Do you think he's going to talk about what they did after they bought the land, like kicking off the old tenants and stuff like that? Do you think there's going to be any mention?
I don't know. Maybe. It's you can always tell the bias when people talk about the initial purchases, because if you're pro-Zionist, you'll just say they bought land and drained the swamps and made huge Jewish magic on the farmland to make it like a prosperous economy, right? Or the picture of them buying a sand dune and building Tel Aviv on it, right? Next to Jaffa. And then the other side is that you would talk about how some of it was purchases where they evicted tenant farmers, yeah. And I think, because you got three things to choose from there, and two of them, like, you can just take one out and make it sound totally based. Yeah, kind of cheeky. Ooh, what I learned very recently was like why I was telling you this off stream, but like the reason that Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are actually very right wing in Israel, and one reason for that is that the first reason is that when they came from the Jewish exodus in the 40s and 50s, they felt like they weren't treated very well by the socialists who ran the state throughout that period. They felt like they weren't given appropriate housing. They felt like they were locked out of the education system or locked out of professional systems, professional jobs. They felt like they were discriminated against. Well, they were discriminated against. So they felt like they didn't really have much of an allegiance with the socialists who led the government. And that's one reason. The other reason is that they also had an actually extra special dislike of Arabs because of how them and their parents and grandparents were treated in Arab and Muslim countries. Right? So that's kind of the explanation for why there's like Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews are actually like quite right wing. Especially Sedera was the town that's like 85% Moroccan and like quite close to Gaza, and they're very, very right wing over there. Yeah. Because they see the Middle East as how other Arabs see us. Yeah, well. I just thought that was quite interesting. Hey, Beast Process, how's it going? All right, let's go. But yeah, I never knew that. I never knew those two reasons for why. And I think, was it partly because of the Mizrahi and Sephardic vote that Begin got in the 70s? I don't know if that's exactly why, but I know that that's like those are the two big reasons that they vote right. Yeah.
Of a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, has kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through
It's the majority of Bibi support. Damn. I feel like most people would think the opposite, right? I'd imagine if you ask the average person, they would probably think the Ashkenazis are like the. But I guess is it the case?
Isn't Ben Gurion one of them? Isn't he also a descendant from one of those expelled communities?
I thought he was Ashkenazi.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, is he? I thought obviously every prime minister was Ashkenazi. Are there any non-Ashkenazi Israeli prime ministers?
Well, wait, not Ben Gurion. I'm sorry, what's his name?
Smotrich.
I'm thinking of the modern, like, very fashy dude in Netanyahu's cabinet. What's his name?
Ben-Gvir?
Ben-Gvir, yeah.
Because I wonder, I've heard this as well, but I don't know if it's true. Is it true that people who are Mizrahi and Sephardic see the Ashkenazis as kind of like the privileged, like liberal class? Is that a thing?
I have no clue.
I don't know. Yes. I'm Mizrahi and yes. That's kind of funny, isn't it? That the non-white Jews see the white Jews, as, the European Jews, as fucking like the same way I guess like American people see John Kerry or some shit. You know, I just never thought about that before. Wow.
Early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically.
Looking at the coastal elite. Yeah.
This chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more.
Ben-Gvir's European. Okay. Yeah.
More accurate. And
no, he means Ben-Gvir. Oh fuck! I don't know. Fuck! I don't care. Wait. Is Ben-Gvir Ashkenazi? His father was born in Jerusalem to Iraqi Jewish immigrants. His mother was a Kurdish Jewish immigrant, so I guess that means he's Mizrahi, right?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Reasonable in the Ottoman figures. You can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews. Of course, the green column are the Muslims. There's also Christians. And then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living in the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase
Look at
of
all those
Muslims,
Jews.
both through birth
Jews.
rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish
looks like there's more
increase
Christians.
has also been marked. By 1946 is even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of
Jesus
the
rocks.
Arabs...
Ben-Gvir is Albanian. Well, everyone's Albanian at heart, you know? We all started in Albania.
who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses at some length. Now, basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the highly conservative...
Hello, Destiny Raiders. Welcome. I just saw the number. Go boop. All right, nice one.
Conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are, having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engage in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical...
Balfour was also a Scot. Balfour's a Scottish name.
And that's W.
I mean, he's not really a real Scot because I think he's one of those Scots who went down to fucking England like for like either for secondary school or for uni like right away. So I don't really claim. He's like J.K. Rowling, you know, he's like a fake Scot.
It's really strange how much of early like British advocacy for Zionism is extremely anti-Semitic. Maybe we give them this land. The Jews will use their Jew magic to help us win the war.
Yeah, yeah. How fucking annoying must it be to be like you fight the Ottomans like an army and you fuck them up so that Britain can win the war, but the Jews are just like, I don't know, they just thought we were more powerful than we were. Yeah, God.
I wonder if early Zionists like played tricks on the on like British officials, like they went in there as like pick a card, any card.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Do you think they just see it as like work smart, not hard? I don't know.
Hell yeah.
God.
I respect that. I respect the hustle.
Discussions to essentially divide up the region between them. Way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour. This is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50-odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading, and it was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Meaning the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the one hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned in the prelude, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were...
You know that Balfour was a huge anti-Semite? Really? Yeah, I did know that. Yeah. Him and Lloyd George as well, no? Because Lloyd George was also one of the big proponents of the Zionist project from British politics. Yeah.
Associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews and occasionally Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that go throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they establish a new commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section. This is from chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as
How
well.
long is the Peel Report? I always wonder if I should actually just read these things. Let me see.
Reading's for nerds, am I right, chat?
Hey.
Just ask your streamer what they think of the thing they didn't read.
Text of the Peel Commission of 20 chapters, bro. Unless those chapters are like, oh, those chapters. Hey, that's chapter 1. A brief account of ancient Jewish times in Palestine, of the Arab conquest and occupation, of the dispersion of Jews and the development of the Jewish problem, and the growth of the meaning of Zionism. Chapter 2. Hey, that's quick. That's pretty nice and quick. Nice and brief. I should really read this because it's not even that long. Every time I
Looks
hear
like a twit longer.
the Johnny Commission or the Dixie fucking cunter
Dixie
report,
cunter.
I'm just like, I don't care. All right.
Well,
this sounds so boring, but let's see. Let's go.
the problem of Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general, and of the specific mandate in particular, implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring in Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in, and
that report sounds like a J down, to be honest. I was just thinking that. So if two people say it,
improve the economy. And the Peel report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There was a lot more employment. There was a lot more capital flowing and a lot more foreign investment. But
when people say this, it's like, how did Jews contribute so much to this economy at that time? I feel like there's a really easy explanation for that. For the general success of the entire Zionist movement is that the Zionist movement was modern. They were founded in the late 1800s, not like by any state or anything. It was by, you know what I mean? It was by fucking like just individuals like getting together. So they were able to have a very meritocratic system. I think they started electing women into their systems like even before the British did. They had or letting women vote. So I think, is it not just because they were more modern, whereas all these systems from the new Arab countries were just like they were leftovers from the old Ottoman system, like an old 100 years old feudal system that was very not meritocratic, like very archaic. So is that not just why?
You're saying I should start a nation through Kickstarter.
Yeah, the Zionists were like a Kickstarter, and that's kind of why they had a lot more advantages, because they were, I don't know. Because I think that was one of the big problems during the mandate was that both groups, I think, were invited to start like a sort of like a prelude to a state,
bastard.
like a precursor to a state. And I think the Jewish one was it like the National Jewish fucking Administration or Agency or something like that? But they did one. They started one. The Palestinian groups the Arabs in that region didn't do that. Because to them, it was just like they were like a feudal kind of lord system, and they just kind of they didn't really have as much incentive to prepare for statehood, right?
Not much national aspiration.
Just because like the way that the leaderships were appointed, they were appointed in a very again, not meritocratic way. It was the agency, yeah. The Arab revolt leaders were poorly organized and couldn't agree on who would be the leaders post World War I. Yeah, that too. Yeah. I think that's a pretty easy explanation. I don't know.
That
Because
prosperity
feudalism is it's slow, right? Yeah.
would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts.
Was this it? Was it the Jewish Agency for Israel? The operative branch of the World Zionist Organization? Wasn't this kind of like their precursor to the Jewish state? Working to secure a vibrant Jewish future. Yeah, I think it was this. Yeah, anyway.
On the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. An irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in another lecture. The Peel report had an appendix which laid out a map.
Like this little aubergine. The British-controlled aubergine from like Tel Aviv and Jaffa to Jerusalem.
A controversial map here that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way that the populations had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. And there's also that kind of like it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone allowing for access to the holy sites in Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be an Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed. The Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of
I heard Mohammed Hijab say that this Peel Commission was accepted by the Arabs, but I have never found. I tried looking for evidence of that, but that's just not true, is it? Unless anyone has anything contrary to it, I don't think this was ever embraced by the Arabs. I know the Zionists rejected it, but okay.
Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate and the mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again, once the British again are very good at establishing commissions.
What a job title.
And he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations, because look at the time we're talking about. It's the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism is ramping up in Europe under Hitler, and of course World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the white paper came out, and immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II.
Two Nakbas. Oh, is he going to talk about the Jewish Exodus? Okay.
After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland
Remember
of
the
Israel.
Holodomor?
Legal migration and illegal migration.
Kate Somnia, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. I'm so happy we still have that wheel spinning around in there.
Migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the era put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. You know, the entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with...
ANCAP in Argentina won the elections. Wait, really?
Really? Recently, I saw he was making like a lot of schizophrenic statements. Did he actually win? I'd have thought.
Shock therapy libertarian. Oh my god.
Wow. ain't gonna go well.
Far right. Oh, God. Are we going to see how ANCAP actually works in practice then?
He's just runoff advantage. This is the runoff election. This would mean he like legitimately wins.
Yeah. What the fuck? Argentina is teetering on the brink of an unpredictable new political era this weekend with an erratic far-right populist known as El Loco, the madman.
El Loco.
The slight favorite to become president of South America's second largest economy in Sunday's election. As polls open on Sunday morning against a backdrop of soaring inflation and widespread poverty, analysts believed Javier Milei, I don't know, fucking a TV celebrity turned congressman, held a... Why is all these fucking TV celebrities becoming leaders of countries? Anyway.
Populism's on the rise, man.
Held a slender advantage over his rival, the finance minister Sergio Massa, but said the result was too close to call. Massa, a centrist member of Alberto Fernandez's incumbent Peronist administration, unexpectedly won last month's first round, with 9.8 million votes to Milei's 8 million. But since then, Milei, climate-denying provocateur, often compared to the far-right populists Trump and Bolsonaro, has been endorsed by several influential conservatives, including former President Mauricio Macri, and the third-place candidate Patricia Bullrich, who had previously condemned his bad and dangerous proposals. He dialed down his inflammatory rhetoric in the weeks since October's vote, hoping to seduce voters put off by his radical ideas, which include closing more than a dozen ministries, cutting ties with Argentina's two biggest trade partners, Brazil and China, and condemning the Pope as a lefty son of a bitch.
Hey, what a fun candidate. This must be what it felt like for foreigners watching Donald Trump get elected for the first time. Like a fun show until you realize he's president of the most powerful nation on the planet.
Yep.
Thankfully, this is not the most powerful nation on the planet. It's a nation in perpetual economic catastrophe.
This is the most important election in the last 100 years. Wow. Urging voters to evict the delinquent Peronist politicians who have governed Argentina for 16 of the last 20 years and have ruined our lives. Let hope overcome fear. The hope of a better country exists. Why is he an ANCAP? Why are people saying that?
Because he wants to shut down all the government. His
all
whole policy is
fucking,
like, government sucks, shut down the government, government sucks, shut down the government.
Holy shit.
Rand Paul got elected. I don't remember Rand Paul ever saying the Pope was a lefty son of a bitch, though.
Is
I
it
don't remember
Ron
that.
Paul or Rand Paul?
There's two different Pauls. There's Ron Paul and then there's Rand Paul. They're both like hardcore libertarians, though.
Hey, Ukrainian Anna's on Twitch. Hello, how's it going?
Hello, Ukrainian Anna. Hello. She made me watch Lord of the Rings. I'm gonna watch the third one with Loner Box.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Experts say concerns over Milei's mindset may be insufficient to save Massa's campaign, given Argentina's economic woes. This is a failed government with a record level of inflation, and he's minister for the economy. Okay. Rise of populism between a terrible thing and a crazy guy. Let's go for crazy because perhaps it's better than a terrible thing. Damn. That's from a historian who studies the wave. It's really that simple.
So
This is like answer.
This is just like Trump. Then it's like quite literally just we need a Molotov cocktail into the establishment. We know that what we currently have sucks, so let's get something different.
Holy shit. Observers are divided on what his presidency might look like. The wild-haired celebrity economist
I really love
who
this
only
article
entered
describes him. It's
politics
great.
after being elected to Congress. I'm trying to imagine what he looks like now. But between Dracula and Frankenstein. Okay.
He had a recent interview on TV where it looks like he was developing like psychosis in real time, where he was like, "Did you hear that?"
Oh,
What?
this is the policies. Wait. He vowed to abolish the central bank, replace its currency with the dollar. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm an American. I like that.
And slashed government expenditure by 14%. On the campaign trail, he has brandished a chainsaw to symbolize his desire to eliminate spending and corruption. His vice presidential running mate, Victoria Villarreal, has ties to members of Argentina's murderous 76 to 83 dictatorship, and has controversially questioned the consensus over the number of people killed by that regime. You know what? You know what's happening. Okay, prediction. This guy is going to fail, and he's going to try to drum up nationalism by invading the Falklands. Guys, I'm ready for it. Okay, Britain is we're not the We're not the power that we used to be, okay? And those Falkland Islands are pretty far away. And probably now, because of all the lefty Twitch politics shit, maybe a sizable portion of the nation is actually convinced that the Falklands is like British settler colonialism, and we need to give it back to the
Hassan will stop
Argentinians.
the war, and he'll give it to Argentina.
Holy shit. If they invade the Falklands before the next election, and that's what keeps the Tories in power.
Could you imagine Rishi Sunak on national TV? We must defend the Falklands. Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah. Holy shit.
So now I guess we're finally going to see Ancapistan in practice, huh?
Yeah. Ancapistan, the Second Falklands War. Oh, God. Hard right libertarian. Political firepower to push through his most radical plans if elected. Doesn't have a single governor, doesn't have a single mayor, not sure major reforms in 2 years. Okay, he might not have the legislative power to do it. Okay. He's way more excessive than Bolsonaro and Trump. It's highly unpredictable what this person could do in power. Bro, I fear for the Falklands. I fear.
Ah, come on. He's not. Argentina's in crisis. The idea that the
I fear for
libertarian
the-
candidate is going to start a war. I don't know.
I fear for the front lines of British colonialism. I fear for the iron front of the British Empire.
You know, if
The last wall.
the sun might finally set on the British Empire.
Yeah. I don't think the fucking junta was presiding over a great economy. Isn't that why they invaded the Falklands?
Yeah, that's
To
a
drum
part
up
of
national
it.
sentiment?
That is
Yeah.
part of it, yeah.
Bro.
It'd be really funny if the first, like, ANCAP president started a war of national reconquest.
The question is, though, will I put my money where my mouth is and actually sign up to defend the Falklands? Because I talk the talk when it comes to the Falklands, you know?
Are you a big supporter of the British Falklands people?
Yeah, because you know why? Because the Falklands War was a land back war. And we won. We won the land back war. We took it back from those goddamn fascist junta fucking leaders.
Loner box. You
Army
smarmy
cuck
bastard.
bastard.
Bro. Oh, shit. Okay. It's also the funniest one to debate because, like, with with like decolonization leftists, because they think like the Falklands counts as like a settler colony in the same way as like, I don't know, fucking South Africa or something, you know?
I mean, but he's not actually going to get Falklands. And when this fails, though, it is going to be interesting to watch how the ANCAPs and libertarians explain how it wasn't true libertarianism and actually next time would work.
Yeah, well, oh, what's this? They will say anything about us. They say we are Nazis. We laugh at it. Think whatever you want. Damn, that's one way to handle Nazi allegations. Wow. Okay. What does he look like?
It's a little crazy.
Why does he look like Fabian Liberty?
Nah,
Just,
maybe a little bit.
Okay. All right. I don't even remember what Fabian looks like. I just made that. I was just thinking ANCAP. Anyway. Oh, God. All right. Let's go back to Jewish history.
With this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. And here's a map which was attached to the bottom of resolution 181 that divides the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish. There are 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes. And the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by these little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be, like the Peel report, some kind of international zone. The history after this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat.
I don't know if he's just doing it for brevity, but it's like you could probably elaborate a bit more in the history. So yeah, they accept it, the Arabs reject it. There's like civil conflict with irregulars in here, and Israel's on the defensive for a couple of months. And then after they kind of group themselves up with the Haganah and the Ergun and Lehi, is they push back. And in their pushing back, they devise a plan that involves giving people basically carte blanche, because that's what it effectively became, to throw people out of their villages and to burn down or blow up the houses.
I mean, even
You know,
before,
it's like before the war started, before the Arabs invaded. Yeah. Like with the, and yeah, like all the massacres and the war crimes that were committed in order to do that. I don't know why they skip
I
over
think he's
that
gonna.
part. Yeah.
I'm sure he
Unless he'll-
has to cover the Nakba. It's impossible to not cover the Nakba.
But it's the way that they say, like they declare it, and then the Arabs say no, and then the war, they declare independence, then the war starts and the Arabs invade. Because I think if you're like the pro-Zionist person, it's like it sells a lot better to say that the expulsions happened all during the war, right? Not that 200 or 300,000 people had already fled before the Arab nations set foot in this territory.
Because
right?
then Israelis can just point to what happened to the Jews in Jerusalem.
Yeah. Well. All right.
That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed and before the British could leave, there was already...
You kind of sound like the comments in your Gaza video, but in my Gaza video, I said the reason that they fled was because of the massacres and because of war crimes, right? Like, or because they were directly forced out. So I don't know. That was just because some fucking soy leftists were upset that I didn't call it the Nakba, right? Like, okay.
Violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like we mentioned earlier, with the cycle of violence,
is
one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that, you know, families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities, and even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the rumor mill is something that will strike fear in the heart of a family and would cause them to flee. Once again,
did you know
I
that
defer
Ben
to...
Gurion's government tried to poison Palestinian wells unsuccessfully, but they did that specifically because they wanted to expel the Palestinians. The idea that they just chose. Well, why do you think they tried to do that?
No, I don't think was it the government that tried to do it, or was some people did it, but then they.
Government. It was Ben Gurion's writing for. You can Google this right now if you want.
Wait, let me find the book. I remember reading about this just last night, but I'm too fucking stupid.
There's recent government documents. It was released in 2021 about it. Hello, chat. I've taken over the stream. How you doing, chat? Dylan Burns Show, Dylan Burns TV. Subscribe to Dylan Burns TV. I'm gonna release an article tomorrow on the artillery war. Releasing it with UPI. It's extensive. I hope you check it out. We embedded with artillery crews in Zaporozhye and Donetsk, supporting the counteroffensive of Zaporozhye. Hope you check it out. Yeah, it was defensive well poison, of course.
I just want to get the exact details of this because I remember there's
When
one
was the book
story.
published?
2006.
The thing I'm talking about was government documents released in 2021.
Okay. No, I'm not denying what you're saying. I just wanted to see like because I think this was gathered from Red Cross reports. So yeah, this is in Accra. It happened in Gaza as well. They tried to do it in Gaza. So the story is here: the herbicide continued into May with the occupation of Accra on the coast and Baysan in the east on 6th of May 1948. So 6th of May is before the Declaration of Independence. 9 days before. In the beginning of May, Accra proved once again that it was not only Napoleon who found it hard to defeat it. Despite severe overcrowding due to the huge influx of refugees from the neighboring city of Haifa, heavy daily shelling by the Jewish forces failed to subdue the Crusader city. However, its exposed water supplies 10 kilometers to the north from the Cabri Springs via an almost 200-year-old aqueduct provided its Achilles heel. During the siege, typhoid germs were apparently injected into the water. Local emissaries of the International Red Cross reported this to their headquarters and left very little room for guessing whom they suspected, the Haganah. The Red Cross reports describe a sudden typhoid epidemic, and even with their guarded language, point to outside poisoning for the sole explanation for this outbreak. And I think it's that they tell Ben Gurion that they're doing this, and he just writes it in his diary. No, this is a separate one. That's the one in Accra, which I think is what you're referring to. Because that looks like they were actually...
Well, the thing I'm talking about is failed. Right? They failed to poison in the instances I'm talking about.
No, the failed incident is in Gaza, I think, isn't it? A similar attempt to poison the water supply in Gaza on the 27th of May was foiled. The Egyptians caught two Jews, David Horan and David Mizrahi, trying to inject typhoid and dysentery viruses into Gaza's wells. General Yadin reported the incident to Ben Gurion, then the Israel Prime Minister, who duly entered it in his diary without comment. The two were later executed by the Egyptians without any official Israeli protestations. So
pretty bad. And the thing is, the well poisoning isn't what expelled most of the Palestinians, but I think it shows clear intent.
Yeah, of course there was intent to expel. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's not even the debate. The debate is just whether or not it was like part of a policy of war, as in like if they're aggressive to us and if we have to fight for this village, then we kick them out because we don't want the village. Because I think the military justification that they'll use is they'll say that if the only way they could win this war was to clear out the villages so that they didn't have to be on the front lines worrying about Arab aggression from the villagers and from militant groups within their borders, right? That's the military justification. The problem was that we know quite a lot of villages that did not resist people got kicked out anyway because the kind of implicit message from the leadership was that no one was really exposed to expulsion, which is why no one was reprimanded for expulsion, even if they didn't need to do it. Like, yeah, so that's kind of like the way that goes. But yeah,
I would advise people in chat not to poison wells.
It's fucking crazy. That's from Pape, by the way. I was asking ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
What do you think of Pape?
I think he's a bit clumsy at times, but I don't write him off completely. Like, he was one of the new historians, like, for a reason, you know? Yeah. Yeah. You can get that book online. You can get a PDF of it online. All right.
Pirate thing. Stealing is cool.
To other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into more details as to what specific events, Deir Yassin and others, that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949.
I can't get over the fact he said chose to flee. I really don't. I was trying to like parse if this guy is really trying to be unbiased. I was really trying to parse it. I'm trying to be fair. But using those words, chose to flee, when we know many of them forcibly expelled, it feels dishonest.
It's like the language. Like, I think it was 15% at most of the villages were directly expelled. Like, as in the Haganah or the militant groups just went there and they were like, fuck off.
But that's
right?
not.
But then I'm saying, like, I'm going to finish the second point. Like, the other people who fled, like the large numbers, fled because they heard about massacres in the other villages. And it's like, I count that as being expelled. I don't really count that as like a choice, you know? Not really. It's like a choice if someone's holding a gun to your head, right? I'm telling you, yeah.
I mean, of course, the rumor mill spills, and whatever makes your enemy look worse is what's probably going to spread amongst the community, right? Torture methods, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, some communities were forcibly expelled, wells were poisoned, and if this type is the type of behavior that's going on, if you're a Palestinian living in what is today modern day Israel, at the time was like mandated Israel by the UN, you're going to get scared, you're going to worry for your family safety, and you're going to flee. And if we're saying that that's not expulsion, then we're saying that in order for it to count as expulsion, every single Palestinian had to personally have a Haganah soldier with a gun to his head for it to count as expulsion or ethnic cleansing, which I think is an unbelievably high standard, which I mean, we wouldn't be able to say ethnic cleansing to a lot of different instances that is universally recognized as ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I mean, I think even again, because even when I read people like Morris who deny that it was like, he doesn't really use the words ethnic cleansing, but even when I read what he says, as the contention that I get from people like him who are more on the pro-Israel side of that argument, they'll just say that it wasn't like a premeditated, like pre-calculated policy of expulsion. Like the expulsions were very conditional, at least on paper, but people took liberties and did it anyway, even when they didn't have to.
Ukrainians chose to flee the Donbass. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Ukrainians chose to flee Mariupol. Like, okay, that's not fair. The circumstance that caused them to flee. I wonder what it was.
If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the State of Israel in the 1947 partition plan. but after successfully defending the territory.
Also, if even people are saying they fled the war, right? Like instead of just like rumors about massacres, but even then, like Haifa was a good example of that because I know that the story that traveling Israel guy said was like the model example was Haifa because after the Israelis won the battle, they asked the Arabs to stay, but the Arabs left anyway. But the problem is they don't really tell you how the Battle of Haifa was won. It was won with indiscriminate bombings of very fucking inflammatory, like bloody rhetoric from these loudspeakers that were driven through the town. And also, again, like soldiers taking liberties with fucking women and shit like that in the town. And also, like, one of their tactics was to drive vehicles with loudspeakers on them through the town and to play shrieking sounds to terrorize the population. It's like, I feel like the people living there, even if you're telling them to stay, are kind of getting kind of mixed signals from you, you know?
He doesn't understand Israeli folk music.
Jesus. Okay.
The Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba.
Sorry, if someone's saying they're anti-Semites in the chat, can you point them out? Because I can't see. Have I not been paying much attention because Dylan's here or what?
Hey, chat, if you don't think Jews are cool, you should leave. Official condemnation of anti-Semitism.
Gaia is the anti-Semite. Where are they? I can't see chat history. The Eternal Oh, right. Okay. That's a big red flag. The Eternal Victims. Where are we? Let's go up. This is how I have to do chat history here. Everything was wrong with being a Zionist. You're currently doing a genocide. That's not quite what Zionist. Why not ban Zionists? Okay. Why did you even create people with different skin colors? Didn't you know it would lead to race? What? Okay, that's probably not the most convincing chat history. Where are we? Bye.
Damn.
It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war,
Forcibly
there was a
expel
wave
the
of
anti-Semites.
anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic
He told you to go back to Poland a few times.
world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from
I don't understand how like the European settler colonialism narrative about Israel, when you consider like why those Europeans, a lot of them went down to Israel, it's fucking a bit weird.
Many of these countries, perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee. Many of them
I love this map. Not in a just because some of the numbers are so insane. Lebanon, it's down to 20 now. It's actually lower than 100.
Right, look at Iran.
My favorite one is Afghanistan. Where is it? One known Jew in 2019.
I like the fun, funky spelling of Iraq there.
Oh, yeah. But now it's not chose to leave, it was forced to flee. But again, someone like there was, I think the policy of expulsion that I could find from these countries was Egypt, where they actually just gave Jews 24 hours and told them to leave. But with the other ones, like I think this one, there is also, again, there's some debate about push and pull factors because there's the part where people in all these countries were massively persecuted. There were like pogroms and riots happening throughout the 40s, and especially a lot of violence as a result of Israel being formed. And then, but there's also the part with the other half of that story, I guess, is people from Israel coming over and being like, "Hey, you want to come to a nice old Jewish state where there's only Jew?" Yeah. So
this is a question you need to ask people who want to completely destroy Israel. Is number one, not only where did the Jews go? Because then a lot of times you'll get a response of like, I don't know, go back to New Jersey. But when you talk about Jews from Libya, when you talk about Jews from Yemen, what are they going to go back to Houthi-controlled territory? Where are they going to go?
Because really, by a lot of that logic, is they have the right to reclaim all the land and property that they lost, right? They can just go and kick out any random Iraqi who lives in what used to be a Jewish home, right?
Yeah, that
That's
would be the
the-
standard.
Which I'd love to see who actions that policy of land back.
They'd all get killed
Get
by
the
Iranian-backed
5,000
militias.
Afghan Jews back. And again, these are all like populations that will have multiplied, you know? Like, who is the one known Jew in Afghanistan?
I
Jew in
know, I
Afghanistan?
forgot his name, but I remember the story is that he once got arrested, and the story is he was so annoying that the Taliban just let him go. Really good story.
Drew Bin. He's the last Jew in Afghanistan.
Yes, I think he's talking about
Crazy
leaving now
story.
because the Taliban has retaken over, but his story is incredible.
He fled. Okay.
This is Zablon Simentov.
I am only one Jewish Afghanistan. Covered. Very good.
Very good.
Just fucking insane.
The cojones, man. The cojones on him.
Before 1945, Afghanistan had thousands of Jews, mostly living in the western city of Herat. But they all left for Israel, Europe, and the US because of war, except for Zablon, who still
He's got
remained.
like no fucking front teeth. I don't. Bro. What a fucking dude. I know that I know the story about there only being like 19 or 20 Jews in Lebanon. My dad says he knows all of them, but I want to ask him what they're like. I've never got around to asking what the last Jews in Lebanon are like.
Sounds like an incredible interview.
I
Interviewing
know,
the last
right?
Jews
I should
in
really
Lebanon.
get him on stream and just be like, can you talk to me about the last Lebanese Jews?
I go to Lebanon and
I know
the
they're
last
all
Lebanese Jews. This is awesome.
they're all old as fuck, but
Yes, this man is the last Afghan Jew living in Afghanistan, a country of 36 million people. Just wait until you hear the rest of his story. As a Jew myself, I am proud of my religion. It's something that always stays with me when I travel, and even though I'm not religious, I like to connect with Jewish communities around the world. So yesterday, when I found out about Zablon, I booked a last-minute flight to Kabul, and the search was on to
my dad knows them because he's Nasrallah. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, he knows them in a kind of like he recognizes their names on the list kind of way. Jesus Christ. I just wonder though, because I know anti-Semitism in Lebanon is fucking insane. I'm just wondering where these like last Lebanese Jews are living, right, and why they haven't been fucking beaten up or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'd imagine they live in the countryside somewhere, but I don't know.
find him. After asking around a few times,
This is it? All right, I guess we found it.
sure enough, I tracked him down on the third floor of this old
Listen, I
apartment.
don't think Cher August is an anti-Semite. Okay, this guy is just like a dumb fuck leftist. Okay. Unless you can show me a specific, like, paste a particular
You're
message.
just saying that because he's owning and wrecking you in chat right now.
Yeah.
complex.
Salam alaikum. How are you?
Are the Christians of Lebanon anti-Semitic as hell as well? Yeah. I don't know. Again, I don't know the polling, right? But I think I knew the polling for 60% of Christians supported the October 7th attacks in Lebanon. I saw the poll that said that lower than the Shias and Sunnis, but yeah. Christians also started becoming quite favorable towards Nasrallah after the 2006 war because, again, they don't like him. They don't like Muslims or Lebanese or Palestinians in Lebanon, but they do like it that they fight with Israel. So it's like, yeah.
You from?
I'm from the U.S.
New York.
U.S., but I'm Jewish.
You Jewish?
Yes. Nice to meet you.
یا ماشی و کل شما بخور سوام و خیلی میماشی ملاتش آسا و ایشون میماشی میکن ملاتش آسا.
So how do you
at that
practice
grind
Judaism
set.
as the only Jew in Afghanistan?
آن تنهایی اون کلندر به چی که باید میکاره که اصاف اسرائیل جنتیلی کلندر.
He says, I have a Jewish calendar. My cousin brought this from Israel, and I have a lot of other books. I do take care of the days and everything and the timings, and I do write prayer all the time just from this calendar.
Born in 1959, Zablon and his family come from Herat. He was a successful businessman for decades, making a fortune trading carpets, and traveled all over the world for business.
Israel, America, Washington,
Holy
France,
shit.
Englistan, Moscow, and no problem.
He came back to Kabul in the early 90s and woke up one morning to realize that all his carpets were robbed at customs by the Mujahideen when they overthrew the government.
Damn.
Escape and it was robbed and stolen and theft.
Soon after, the Taliban took control of Kabul, and they threw Zablon into jail, beating him up and destroying most of his possessions, including his beloved Torah.
No.
Taliban, they broke it.
He still stays.
When?
Recently he left and he's in
The
Israel.
Taliban destroyed all of this stuff?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
They tried to force him to convert to Islam, but he wouldn't give in.
No, he says,
Bro.
in general, he says the Taliban was creating a problem for Jews. They just wanted their Islam and they didn't even want Shias. And he's asking me that you don't know this and you ask me.
Does the Taliban know about him being here now?
میگن آره طالبان میفهمه که شما اینجا هستین؟ Yes, they know.
Is he scared?
میگه شما نمیترسین از این؟
نه من 4 دفعه بندیم کردن هیچ کار کردن
He says I'm not afraid.
Look at this fucking waddle. What the fuck?
So within a few years,
This
he
guy
went
is
from
just like.
God, somebody
What's
has to because the story goes, and this is what I was told, is the reason they kicked him out is they tried to convert him, it didn't work, and eventually he just got so annoying that they just let him go. That's the story I was told.
Okay. What is he built of? Like, is that why he walks funny? Because his balls are so heavy. Like,
It must be.
like a fucking hippity hop. Like,
from a rich businessman to being broke and under control of the Taliban. Meanwhile, his wife and 2 daughters left for Israel. Zablon was eventually freed, and he has made his home here in Kabul to be the sole caretaker of this synagogue.
Okay, so we're now entering the synagogue. Oh, it's amazing. It's the only synagogue in Afghanistan. Wow. The Jewish start.
oh, sorry. Did they really need this much space for one Jew who's coming to this fucking synagogue? What?
Cool. Like, one of the most special experiences I've ever had on all my travels is right now.
The one synagogue in Afghanistan can just be this guy's fucking bedroom. Like,
Honestly, it could be in a closet. It's one guy.
Miraculously, he has kept Orthodox, studying Torah, practicing Shabbat, and keeping kosher.
In 1992, I went to.
He needs the space for his balls.
And I learned how to do the slaughtering stuff. And he says, I never buy food from here, from the bazaar.
When I asked him if he wants to move to Israel, he said, "Why? This is my country, and I am not going to leave." What an experience it's been to connect with Zablon and hear his stories. His courage, his persistence, and his passion is exceptional. There's a special bond that was shared between us, and it's something that I'll remember
it's
forever.
like Jabba the Hutt just sitting there in charge of fucking everything.
Sir, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Laila Tov. Ken, Laila Tov. Wow, that was an insane experience. Meeting that guy and talking about Judaism in Afghanistan, of all places. Good night, guys.
Wow. Apparently this is a video of him fighting with the second last Jew in Afghanistan. There's no way.
Last 2 Afghan Jews fighting each other.
Oh, God.
That title.
پارسال همه رو پیدا میکنیم خوب آسان
چند نفر بودن؟ 3 نفر نه 2 نفر
2 نفر یکی تبله میزد یکی چی میکرد
اما شما گفته که خوب نبودن
این خلاص
شما گفته که خوب نبودن یادتان رفت؟
خب چی کنه ابو صدرالدین نیامد آمد گفت بهش گفتم شما مجله داریم اومد من بهش گفتم گفت خب زولان باز ریزنی کرد زولان گفتی بشی از اون رو بشم شما بیا
I piss on your beard.
I piss on your beard.
زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا بدی نگفتم من به تو گفتم صدرالدین میگه بیا صدرالدین میگه بیا یه براش تار بزن
Cheat them with your false charm.
چی دو میزنی زولان
They're fighting from outside a fucking window. No way. Bro.
It'd be really funny if we found out it wasn't really the Taliban that drove out most of the Jews, it's just this guy going around.
Yeah.
چی گفتم من ترا
Old pimp.
Old pimp.
اینو چی میگه اینه من به تک برای تکفی ندارم اینه دان اینجا شیشه بیادش فرسان کن اگه دان اینجا شیشه بیا فرسان کن این من برای توش گفتم
Just a goy. Oh, that's gold.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that is golden.
Of course the Afghan Jew community isn't big enough for two of these guys. The fuck. Jesus Christ.
زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا من بس بدی نگفتم دان اینجا شاشته اینو یه سال نان میخوره بیا من به تو بگفت بدی نگفتم تو میزنی
He botched goy.
دیگه چی کار داری پدر میگی مرده میگی زن میگی فاش میگی هر چی میخوای میگی چرا بیگناه بشی تقصیر اسرائیلی چی شد افریقی چی شد دوستی رفیقی چی شد به نکی با پدرت کردم با مادرت کردم با برادرت کردم تو که یکی اکبر هم برباد کردی
What's he gonna say to that? Triple goy.
من گویی من نصارا من گابر من
Where is
تحصیل
he?
خوب او یالا کار من دیگه یالا کار من هر چی که تو میگی من هستم چی میگی زده من یالا کن تو خوب من بعد
گوش نمیکنه
من بعد سگ وارنو به جلو میفته ببینی چی
More
میگه
songs. I'm just reading that paragraph. I'm sorry. Like, do you know how many fucking fights I've gotten into with like the pro-Palestinian left? It's like, there's no way you don't know. Like, oh god, just try to have a sense of perspective. Okay, I fight on all fronts. Okay, you know what? Because I'm like these guys. All right, I'm fighting on all fronts here. Fuck you. Stop saying this. All right.
گوش نمیکنه
Yeah, Lona Box is a lot like the UPA. You know, he's a lot like Bandera. He's fighting on all fronts.
Yeah. Yeah. I am the last Jew on online politics. Okay. I just...
God. What a fun video.
I know. Jesus Christ.
من به تو گپی ندارم میگو سعددین گفتم سعددین گفتم زولان گفتی پیش دو بره تو خب پیش دو بره
Most Jewish video I've ever seen.
تو به جان من میگه پدر مرده زنده فاش کنی میگی
I know some of the Zionists wanted Jews in the Middle East and everywhere to leave and come to Israel to help build a nation state. I know there were a few like really radical Zionists who wanted that. Why didn't they just get this guy and send him across the Middle East? Send him across the world.
Send him to each country.
Just send him to each country. Yes.
And just start selling carpets, and before you know it, like maybe that's what happened, you know, because I've heard that don't sometimes people say that like Zionists actually there was some people said that Zionists in Iraq like blew up a synagogue so that they could get the Jews to leave. They do a false flag, right? That's like a very
There was a lot of
like,
anti-Jewish violence in
It
Iraq.
ignores the real pogroms and the real fucking that definitely were not done by Jews. But what they could have done is they could have just got this guy to go around selling carpets, and somehow
Call everybody a goy.
that would make all the Jews really mad and leave.
I can imagine him going to Israel. Ben Gavir, he's a goy. He's gonna make all the maybe the Palestinians should get this guy, send him to Israel. He's gonna make all the Jews leave Israel. He is the secret weapon nobody has utilized.
Oh god.
Making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had.
Was Doncaster a false flag? I really want to know where that guy was during the Jewish exodus of Doncaster.
Mind, because it made Israel much.
You know about Doncaster?
No, I don't know.
Oh, shithole in England. I don't know, but some women got really mad because some guys were paragliding in Doncaster in like mid-October, and she complained to the council because she said that she thought Hamas were attacking. So I looked up how many Jews live in Doncaster, and there's like none.
That's weird.
So like,
why would Hamas
what happened to the
attack
Jews of Doncaster?
Why would Hamas's two main targets, Tel Aviv and Doncaster?
Maybe they just wanted to check in case any had survived the first Hamas attack of Doncaster.
Everybody's
the
noise has
purge
made
of
everyone. The
Doncaster.
news has made everyone paranoid. It was like after
Mhm.
9/11.
Yeah.
more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. And it's true. It's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things. But I hope that this overview...
Ed Miliband is Doncaster MP, but isn't Ed Miliband a Jew?
Wasn't Ed Miliband the labor leader that really sucked any or didn't get anybody to vote for him?
Ed Miliband ran in 2015, and yeah, there was a Tory majority.
I'm only familiar with Ed Miliband through that puppet show, and he looking goofy on it.
Yeah. What, Wallace and Gromit?
Not Wallace and Gromit. What was that? There's one
Because he looks
political
like
like puppet show that the British. Yeah, I know Wallace and Gromit. Apparently, they're trying to remake another one, and they ran out of clay. It's really weird. But no, there was a different one. I forget what it's called. There was like there was a British like political show with all puppets. I forget what it's called. Somebody in chat will remind me. I love Wallace and Gromit. Wait, this is some weird.
He is pretty close, isn't he?
This is like a little bit like Spitting Image. Yeah, that was it. Spitting Image. Thank you, chat.
Spitting Image, yeah.
That's all I'm familiar with Ed Miliband from.
Does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much for watching.
What'd you think of that summary?
I think there's a bit of a bias, but I don't know. I watch stuff like that because I learned like a couple of new things. Like I didn't know that Jerusalem Post used to be called the Palestine Post.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
I never saw all the expulsions mapped out like that either. That is pretty.
The Jewish expulsions.
Yeah, the Jewish expulsions.
Yeah. And also the fucking typhoid thing. We got to do the details of that as well.
Bro, the poisonings.
With Gaza. I did, because I didn't know that until last night. I didn't know that in Gaza, 2 Jewish guys just tried to poison the well, got caught by Egyptians and executed. And David Ben-Gurion just wrote it in his diary and didn't comment on it. Like, 2 Jews got caught trying to poison the wells today. Oh well. Won't be hearing from them again.
I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then I want to watch that Bernie video with you.
Yeah. Okay. AP. Afghanistan's last Jew leaves after Taliban takeover. What highlighted bit am I looking at here? There is no highlighted bit. Zebulon, whatever, lived in a dilapidated synagogue in Kabul, kept kosher and prayed Hebrew, endured decades of war as the community dwindled, last straw, taken to a neighboring country. He was not worried about them. They warned him that he was at risk of being kidnapped or killed. Tens of thousands of Afghans who fled Afghanistan. Kahana said his group is reaching out to the US. For years, Sementov refused to grant his wife a divorce under Jewish law, which could open him up to legal repercussions in Israel. Kahana said he persuaded him to grant the divorce and has drawn up the paperwork. That was 2 weeks of being a shrink, a psychiatrist, talking to him like 10 times a day, and his neighbor at the same time to translate. Oh my God. Guy's such a character. He was accused of theft and spying because he shared a synagogue with the other guy. Oh, right. And Sementov countered by accusing Levi of renting rooms to prostitutes, an allegation he denied. These are the 2 guys who were fighting. The Taliban arrested both men and beat them, and they confiscated the synagogue's ancient Torah scroll, which went missing after the Taliban were driven from power after the 2001 invasion. His 80-year-old housemate died in 2005. Sementov said he was happy to be rid of him. This is not real. This is a story about the 2 last Jewish guys.
They were annoyed by him, right?
Said he was happy
right?
to be rid of him. Yeah.
Oh.
After the older guy died.
Jeez.
Reporters who visited Sementov over the years and paid exorbitant fees he charged for interviews found a portly man fond of whiskey, who kept a pet partridge and watched Afghan TV. He observed Jewish dietary restrictions and ran a kebab shop. He always insisted Afghanistan was his home. Samir Khan, a neighbor who runs a small grocery store and had known Cemento for the last 10 years, said he disappeared about a week and a half ago.
So he left. He did.
Yeah. The Taliban, like other Islamic militant groups, are hostile to Israel but tolerated the country's minuscule Jewish community during their previous reign. Okay. Aside from the feud, the only other time they came knocking was when they noticed that Muslim women in all-encompassing burqas could often be seen visiting Levy. When they briefly arrested Levy, he explained that he had a business selling amulets to women who wanted to become pregnant with sons or who were opposed to their husbands taking wives, as allowed under Islamic law. Taliban released him. What a fucking dude.
I still believe, no matter what, that he annoyed his way out of prison.
Yeah.
There's no other way he could have done it. What a guy.
What an incredible
guy.
gut.
He's my spirit animal.
Yeah. It's fucking TV.
This guy seems like somebody's driven by pure spite.
I know. God. Oh.
Mr. Taliban man, you want to buy one of my magic charms?
I wish they could have
get
just
outta
done like
here.
a reality TV show with those two living with each other.
I can just imagine Taliban like trying to beat him out with a get out of the prison. I don't want one of your fucking magic charms.
Jesus Christ. Oh. You know, it's the Bernie video.
Yeah, let's watch the Bernie video. So Bernie tried to, let me explain the background of this. Bernie was in charge of a committee hearing because, you know, veteran senator, has experience in the Senate, in charge of a committee hearing. And one of the more, you know, younger Republican senators was engaging with one of the people they have brought to testify before the hearing. It was somebody he didn't like. Somebody he really didn't like. So they started going back and forth, and eventually the guy brings up a Twitter interaction they had. So this is basically a Twitch stream at this point, a political Twitch stream. And at the end of it, he says, "You said anytime, any place, so let's go right now." And then he gets ready to fight him. It's a really strange interaction. Watching Bernie try to reel him in is really funny.
Okay, do you want to find it? I want to get
I sent it to you.
My drink. Oh, okay. Are we allowed to drink on Twitch? Yeah, you are. You're just not allowed to get binned, right?
Yeah, I drank a little bit. I already drank.
Oh, the man ripping down posters with Piers
we'll
Morgan.
watch that too. We can watch.
Yeah.
We can watch both of those.
Okay.
Can you,
this one? No, wait.
Yeah, that one right there.
This is the
Can you
Bernie
show
one.
the memes I sent you as well? These are good memes.
Okay. Is this really a good meme?
That is a good meme.
I guess we'll defeat the
Show
anti-Semitism.
it. Look, that's a good meme.
We'll defeat the anti-Semitism allegation.
Come on. That's a great meme. That's a great meme. Come on. What's wrong with that one? That's great. That's style.
It's just a bit dark, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a good meme.
But yeah. Okay.
Look at the other one. The other one's good too.
What's the other one? Oh yeah.
That's a good one.
For the sake of both sides.
For the sake of both sides.
It's another. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll let you get the Bernie thing up, and I'm gonna go get my drink. Okay.
Okay. Hey chat, how's it going? I've taken over the Loner Box stream. This is now the Dylan Burns TV stream. I'm recruiting you all into Azov. Every single one of you. I'm gonna send you all recruitment papers. This is how the draft works now. Biden signed a new executive order. If I draft somebody in the Azov, you're in Azov. You're all doing an assault on Russian trenches tomorrow. Okay, so everybody get ready. Everybody go crowdfund yourself a helmet. A metal pot on your head works as well. You can do that too. I'm gonna send you into the trenches. I've taken over the stream. I've colonized the stream. Thank you, Dylan. I'm ready to deny. Good. That's how you do it. Okay, chat. You have any questions? I'm only here for a brief moment before he comes back, so don't make it extensive questions. Make it easy questions. Quick questions. I can answer quickly. Dylan is so tiny. I am tiny in comparison. Lonerbox is tall, man. Lonerbox, I'm 5'10". People think I'm tiny because in comparison to Lonerbox, but it's not that I'm tiny. Just Lonerbox is a big guy. It's like when I was standing next to Vosh. People thought I was tiny. I mean, I'm not tiny. I'm 5'10". Colonizer mindset. War terrorist or debate pervert? I just am a regular pervert. Regular pervert. Thank you. Hello, Dylan Fitzpatrick. I like your name. Dylan colonized Lonerbox chair. True. Dylan, what are your plans for next time you're in Ukraine? I am interested in covering a few things. I want to cover armor, like armored vehicles, because I haven't done any coverage of that. Again, I'm releasing an article tomorrow. I hope you guys check it out with UPI on the artillery war. And I'm going to be releasing a documentary about the artillery war in the next month. I don't know when. It takes time to make this, and I'm trying to work really hard on it to make it good because it's really good footage. And anytime I'm within 4 miles of the Russians, I want to make it worthwhile. You know? But yeah, I'm going to release an article tomorrow, hopefully, with UPI. So do check that out. But next time, I want to cover armored warfare, tanks, IFVs, stuff like that, APCs. I'm also interested in covering labor organizing during wartime because a lot of governments, including Zelensky's, use the war as an excuse to whittle down labor protections. And that's something that I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah. And I think I might also cover like bunkers. I might go around areas in the city and see which bunkers are locked and which bunkers are not locked, because this is something I've engaged with. This is a complaint I've heard from other Ukrainians, that the government isn't properly opening the bunkers. This is something that like Klitschko, the mayor of Kiev, has acknowledged. So this is a real problem, and it's a real safety issue. And I don't know if it's been dealt with or not after the scandal broke, or they just kind of brush it under the rug. My hair is looking great today. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, where's the Bernie video? Is it unhinged?
Hey Dylan, has there been any word on the breakthrough in Kherson? Can I be real with you guys? Okay, and I'm saying this as the Ukraine simp, okay? There was the ghost of Kiev, I'm the shill of Kiev, okay? The breakthrough in Kherson, the landing, is good for Ukraine. It's great for Ukraine. It might divert some Russians. The casualty numbers for the Russians in Kherson is like, I think the battles that they've had over there, they've lost like 3,500 soldiers trying to hold it. I've heard a lot of reports from Russian Telegram channels of them being unsupported by artillery, getting really cucked. And I think in the last week, the Russians have lost like 7,000 soldiers. It's like an insane amount of soldiers they're losing trying to take Avdiivka. But all the problems that the Russians face trying to support Kherson over the Dnieper River are going to be faced by the Ukrainians if they try to do a real assault to cut off the Russians to Tokmak or any of these other locations across the river to Kherson as well. And so it seems so unlikely that they would actually go through with an attempt to do that, or if they would, that it would end in success. All the same logistical issues the Russians face, the Ukrainians would face as well. And logistical issues have been a real bitch for both sides in this war, especially the Russians, but same issues apply to the Ukrainians as well. It's good what they're doing, but again, odds are against it. But, you know, the Ukrainians might feel like rolling the dice. Zelensky might want to roll the dice, but I would still say odds are very much against it. No end in sight. No, there's no end in sight to this war anytime in the near future. And some people talk about ceasefire negotiations, but even the articles I've seen recently, I've been reading Foreign Affairs like a motherfucker recently. Even the articles in there advocating for ceasefire negotiations, even they acknowledge that the odds are that ceasefire negotiations will fail, since the Russians have dug themselves so much with the rhetoric. And there's a lot of domestic Russian political concerns about, like, wait a second, I thought we were going to take all of Donetsk, and now we're not taking the rest of Donetsk and Luhansk? I thought that was what this whole war was about. And it comes with real problems.
Sorry, I'm just seeing about plans for after the stream.
Yeah.
The bar I wanted to go to closes at 1, so that's not enough time.
Oh, damn.
I wonder. Well, I thought it would be open until 2, but it's Sunday.
When are we gonna watch Lord of the Rings?
Oh yeah.
That's 4.5 hours though. Can you really?
Yeah, that's gonna take us up till 5 in the morning or something.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's possible. I wanted to show you that brass eye thing you hadn't seen. The thing about Pedogeddon. That's like 22 minutes.
Okay. Maybe after stream or on stream?
After stream's fine.
Okay. Let's watch this now, and then we'll probably.
So I already gave the background on this, but this is great. This I love this. My favorite. This is a real what was that senator who tried to beat to death another senator on the congressman on the House floor? Somebody remind me in chat. All my American patriots in chat. I wanted to get a recreation of his cane. What was his name? Somebody will bring me up. Calhoun. So Senator Calhoun, I think it was Senator Congressman Calhoun, had another congressman be like, slavery sucks and it's like a whore. It's like slavery is like a skank, and it really pissed off another congressman by the name of Charles Sumter, I think. And so he went to Mr. Calhoun with his cane and literally beat him to death on the House floor. Well, half to death. He would later die from his injuries. And the tensions were so ripe at the time that senators sent him like 100 canes to replace his, like Southern residents, Southern citizens. And so I would say that this is not exactly a Calhoun moment, but you know, it's I would say 30% of the way there.
A bastard. All right, hang on. I need to do donos.
Yeah, it was about bloody Kansas. He talked about the I think it was Calhoun had listed out every single bloody Kansas like atrocity that occurred, which was an impressive feat, but it also really pissed off the Southern gentleman, the Southern caner.
Ooh.
Got a lot of donations.
Joker in Spades with the $5. Hey guys, great to see Lonerbox hanging out with his little brother Dylan. Do you think you could elaborate on your Lehi grandfather? Take it he was Jewish. I think that was a joke.
That was a joke.
Okay.
I don't have a grandfather in Lehigh. I have a grandfather who's the CIA director. His name's William Burns. You can look him up.
Pure Copium with the €2. Just copy Bosnian system. It works great. Trust me. I'll do my best. KPV with a $1.99. Donation to the Hippy Dippy Revival Fund.
It's maybe one day when I'm not interested in getting shot at, but I have a deep interest in getting shot at as of recent, so don't expect anything.
Do you think you'd ever do like a one-off?
If I was to revive it, it would never be weekly again. That was insane that I was able to pull that off for so long. And we had a secondary show on weekend. I mean, we had a whole apparatus. But I could maybe see doing it monthly if I made sure I had good guests, good topics, stuff like that. But again, don't count on it. I would need great financial incentive because I don't have much other incentive.
Okay, chat. You heard him. Uber with the $5. How is Lonerbox the cuck when Dylan is in the chair?
That's a good point.
Question.
That's a good question.
Killer 99 with the £2. Has Dylan had Iron Brew yet? He has.
Did. I had it this day and I liked it. I tried to read what it was going to be like on the back and it literally said the taste is indescribable, which wasn't a good sign. And the other people I was with said they didn't like it, but I thought it was okay. I wouldn't go out of my way to buy it, but it wasn't bad.
He's had you had the original recipe as well, the glass bottle.
Yeah, the original.
So you have to go out of your way to get those. Pure Copium with the €5. What the fuck are you talking about, Dylan? We had Trumpoids long before you. Look up Zoran Milanovic or Stipe Mesic or Ivo Sanader. God, I miss the Habsburgs. I don't know what any of that means.
Is this a joke? I don't. Okay. I know Trump wasn't the first populist. I think in American politics, that'd be Andrew Jackson.
Hey. Udi2 with a $9.99. I just started watching you after this whole event. I appreciate your coverage. You're very impartial and thorough in your research. It's refreshing compared to 90% of the rest of political creators. Well, that's just the benefits of being a Maronite Christian when hating everyone.
Can somebody can somebody take Lonerbox down, take him down a peg? Don't pump him up too much. Don't gas him a little too much.
Got plenty of that too. They just don't give me money to say their comments. Devourer of Bagels, 6 bagels to be exact, with it 2,000 huffs. Is it Hungarian? Moblit Cube documentary. When?
The cube
Dylan?
thing, I don't know if you're familiar with that. There was an image circling on the internet of a cube, what looked like a meat cube, just like spilling out on the floor, and people were saying it was made of Russian conscripts. It actually was cat food. It was not Russian conscripts. If the documentaries I'm working on currently, I have a documentary on demining that's going to release in the next month and a half. If I can actually get myself together and get it done. I'm still working on the script, working on the intro, trying to really work hard on it. I have another documentary I finished, and was the last interview I finished before getting on the train, leaving, about an aid worker named Dima, which I call bandit turned hero. He's a really interesting person, and I'm really excited to release that documentary because we had a really in-depth interview. He was involved in the evacuations of Mariupol, and the footage and photos he showed me of his evacuation work from Mariupol, that dude is crazy doing the type of work he's doing. I've seen him have a broken piece of body armor before he goes onto an aid mission, and I was like, oh, that's broken. I guess we got to get new body armor. So what he does instead, he just tapes it to his body before going out. Other times, somebody else won't have body armor, so he'll take it on, put them on him, even though the Russians are less than 2 miles away. Dude's kind of crazy. I even asked him once, "Are you crazy?" And he said no, but dude's pretty out there, and I really love him. He's been good to me. So I'm excited for that documentary. What else do I got cooking? I got a bunch of things cooking, but those are the 2 big ones that I'm excited to release in the near future. Oh, and I also have a demining documentary. There's not a lot of long form or really much content at all in English about demining efforts in Ukraine. And I lived with deminers for a month, interviewed a bunch of them, watched their processes, watched controlled detonations, talked to them about the issues they face. And I'm excited to release that as well, because once I release it, it'll be the only documentary in English about demining efforts in Ukraine currently. I hope it won't be the last one, I hope I don't hold that record for too long because I want other people to cover it because there's going to be demining efforts in Ukraine for the next 80 to 100 years. So those are the 3 documentaries I'm currently working on.
Bev Groves with a £4.99. Dylan, what about the relocation of the Black Sea Fleet?
What about it? You know, really. The only thing I'll say about the naval war is there's a lot of talk about the counteroffensive and its failures of not being able to capture a bunch of land. But this has led to a lot of people not concentrating on other aspects of the war and other fronts of the war. And I would say the most successful front of the war for the Ukrainians over the last 6 months has been the absolute cucking of the Russian naval force. They have suffered the worst naval defeat since World War II. They have lost their first submarine and naval combat since World War II. They lost the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, which was apparently carrying the true cross of Christ to the bottom of the Black Sea, and then it was named a national Ukrainian cultural landmark by the Ukrainian government. So, I mean, I would say that is one element of the war that has not been covered enough, is how much the Ukrainians have smashed the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Which, by the way, the whole reason I've been told for the last 8 years that the Russians invaded Crimea was for Black Sea naval access, even though they were still negotiating with Ukraine. Could have possibly got it. But it seems that the more that their Black Sea Fleet gets cut, the less useful that port in Crimea becomes. So Ukrainians kind of defeating like half the purpose they annexed Crimea in the first place.
Jordan with a $1.99. Thanks very much. And Imagination Scene with a £5. Show him the Iron Brew Christmas ad, the snowman one. Thanks for the donor.
I'm unfamiliar.
Do I know that one?
Am I supposed to? Someone said Dylan say the line. Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard. Thank you. I finally said it to his face.
Iron Brew ad, snowman. I don't remember this one. 11 years old.
It's AI generated. I know it isn't. It just looks AI generated.
My chilli snowman mate says he would like some too. I tell him get your own.
Is this just the film but with Iron Brew?
He looks like he is going to cry. I tell him once again the Iron Brew is mine.
What a mean kid.
Bravo.
Yes! Fuck him!
I don't remember this. What the
He
fuck?
licked my Iron Brew and let go of my hand.
Oh, no. Come on.
Okay, he survived.
They
Yeah.
should have cut. They shouldn't have been cowards and pussies. Should have cut
I was
right
hoping
there.
for some blood, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's good. Pretty catered to the Scottish audience.
Let's watch this.
Well, hang on. We gotta keep up with the donors, goddammit. The Stobinski.
By the way, if people want to go to dylanburns.tv and donate, YouTube takes none of the money. And
Sorry, you were muted. What happened there? Vistovinsky, thanks for the 5 Canadian. How do you guys think the war in Gaza will affect the war in Ukraine and the aid it receives? I actually haven't thought about that.
Zelensky talks about it distracting from the war in Ukraine. He says that it's part of the Russian interest to try to divert from the war in Ukraine. They might be playing a part in things going on. I don't know how in depth that argument really goes. I don't really know how much weight there is to it. But it is true that less people are paying attention to the war in Ukraine. And it's also true that artillery shells that were meant for Ukraine and America was going to send to Ukraine are now being sent to Israel to be used against Hamas. So far, it's only been 10,000 artillery shells, and in the grand scheme of things, those 10,000 shells are not going to decide the war. But if this war drags on and on and on, or becomes regional, then it could really start to undermine the Ukrainian war effort, which is part of the reason why I think it's super important to stop this war becoming regional, because it's not only going to undermine the security of the region, going to kill a ton of people, horrific humanitarian catastrophe, but it could also undermine Ukrainian liberation, which I, of course, have a massive problem with.
I know that the war in Ukraine really affected the Middle East because Ukraine is the breadbasket, and Middle Eastern people eat a fuck ton of bread, like a third of their calories in places like Egypt, Lebanon, and shit. Yeah, that's been a problem for a while.
You know, there was recent documents that have come out that showed that the Russians were actually preparing vehicles to steal Ukrainian grain in December of 2021.
Oh.
They were preparing ships and everything to steal it, which is now building the case for another war crimes case against Vladimir Putin for the crime of starving the Ukrainian people or stealing their food, property, stuff like that.
Are there conspiracy theories that Russia is responsible for Hamas's actions? I don't think
Yes,
so, but there is. Well,
there
there's
absolutely are.
There are
Wait,
conspiracy.
what do you
no,
mean
no,
there
wait,
aren't? There are absolutely conspiracy
I
theories.
thought you
about
meant, I was taking like valid conspiracy theories, but there is evidence that PIJ got money transferred over to them from like a Russian crypto server not too long before October 7th.
The things that I've seen, I saw there was one video going around where people were like, that sounds like Russian. That's bullshit. Or if it isn't bullshit, there's certainly not enough weight, but it sounds bullshit to me. There was a statement from a Hamas official, some Hamas representative, while doing an interview with Russia Today, that Russia has a contract with Hamas to produce Kalashnikovs. I don't know if that's true. I doubt Hamas is following copyright law when it comes to gun manufacturing.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
No, I don't think they give a fuck.
They don't give a single shit.
I think it's just propaganda nonsense. But I know that Hamas has representatives in Moscow and had them like participate in the meeting. But outside of that, we haven't really gotten anything concrete.
Aris 385 with $5. Ukraine being able to get their grain out of the ports as well, been undercovered too. Enjoy both your channels. Thanks very much. Harkness loves you. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. LGG will overrun DGG territory with better orbiters. True. Like Grace Thorpe. Okay, Grolixes with $1.99. Thanks very much. What are you guys drinking? Keep up the good work.
I was drinking Henry Weston's vintage cider, medium dry.
And I'm drinking 6 Degrees North Framboise. It's like a raspberry beer. It's good though, from 6 Degrees North. Yeah. Harkness loves you with the $5. Thanks very much. Dylan, what's with the Ukraine population rumors? Pro-Russian actors say Ukraine counts Crimea and Donbass in official figures. Does UA have 20 million or less?
I heard the number was 33 million currently. But before the war, before everything was 44. Now it's 33 due to tons of refugees and populations being annexed. But a lot of the people who are annexed and this isn't talked about a lot. But 50% of the population of Donbass fled after the Russians took over, which made it a lot easier for them to control the land and territory. I met a lot of these people who were displaced from the Donbass, and most of them want to return, but they just know they'll never be able to return under Russian administrations. Either it could be because of religious persecution. I talked to Ukrainian Protestants that were facing that in the Donbass. It could be for political reasons. They have connections to the ruling government. They have connections to the military. They have connections to something. It could be because of things they've already said about the Russians. Like, let's say you get expelled from your home, you're probably gonna, if you have a Twitter account, you're not gonna say nice things about the Russians, and that'll be a problem if you're trying to return. And the Russians have an explicit policy of removing property from anybody who opposes their rule. Vladimir Putin, I think 6 months ago, signed an executive order that allows the occupation authority to annex, to basically seize the property of people who do not accept Russian citizenship. So it seems like a policy motivating expulsion and replacement with settlers, which they've done a lot in Mariupol. And so when you're talking about like what does the local population in Crimea or the Donbass or all these locations, what do they believe in? You need to include those displaced and those who have been displaced over the last 8 years. I mean, if we're including those displaced from Palestine over the last 75 years, I feel like it makes sense to include the people displaced from these lands over the last 8 years who remember living there as kids.
Someone is questioning your height. Now, Dylan is 5'10". Like I can tell.
5'10".
He's only,
Lona Box is
he's
just
not
very
much.
tall.
It's also because the camera's closer to me, so it's like the same way that fucking Daily Worker poster is actually not smaller than my hand, you know? It's like forced perspective, because I'm Gandalf and he's fucking...
Frodo.
One of the shitty gardener hobbits who gets mad.
I'm the dwarf guy.
Mr. Proudfoot.
I'm the bigoted dwarf. Fucking elves coming in here taking our gerbs.
It's a little tight across the chest. That was you getting close today.
That was true. Though the airport lost my bag with my camera and all my like clothing, and they're like, "Oh, we put it on a different flight, but we'll send it to you, and we'll promise we'll call you at 6." They didn't call me at 6. They didn't tell me if they got the bag. So I called them this morning, and they're like, "Sorry, our servers are down. We can't talk." Okay. I called them an hour later. Like, here's the number to the airline, to the delivery people. We no longer have your bags. We gave it to a delivery company delivered to your place. Like, okay, can you give me the number? Okay, they give me the number. I call the number. Number's wrong. Call them back. Sorry, our servers are down again. Call us later. Okay, wait an hour. Go get dinner. Come back. Call them again. their support services shut down. They closed down their office. I hate the airport here. The airport in Edinburgh and their services is dog.
It's kind of
doo-doo.
bad that we're gonna need to figure out. We're gonna just have to decide tomorrow when we go to Edinburgh.
Yeah, we're gonna
and we're gonna have to book a hotel on the day.
Yep.
When we're there.
Yeah, and it's gonna be
Edinburgh's
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I maybe have a place we can stay. I've got a few friends who live there who might have space for it.
It is very stressful because they have $1,000 camera of mine. They have gifts given to me by my Ukrainian friends that are one of a kind. They have all my clothing, so I had to buy like $100 worth of clothing while I was here. And I bought this really cool Simpsons Snuggie thing, which was cool. But it was extremely frustrating because there's a chance that because we plan to go to Edinburgh tomorrow, that I go to Edinburgh, then they send it up here, where we are right now, and then I'm just screwed because then he's gonna have to send it to America, which could take a week. So do I just not stream for a week or use my shitty, like laptop camera, which is covered in dust and smoke and doesn't work? I'm not happy. I am not happy.
But thanks for the $5 dono on Twitch. Someone was saying that Albania was the only country in Europe to have more Jews post World War II than previously because of how many Jews were hidden in Albania. That's pretty interesting. I did not know that. Albania is just such a nice country, you know?
Great country.
It is a great country.
Perfect country.
God bless the Albania. Okay. I've tried. I thought that we would say Edinburgh enough times that you would realize that it's pronounced Edinburgh and not Edinburgh. But I said people in chat are complaining as well.
What's wrong with Edinburgh?
Because it's not what it's called.
Okay, what about Kiltland?
Yeah, okay.
What about Drunkard Town? What do you want me to call it? I'll get more insulting. The more you piss me off about it, I'll get more insulting.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, what about sheep fucking? Never mind. I'm not going to. Just reel it in. Reel it in. We're going to watch this video, right?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's watch this video.
About Mr. O'Brien himself, his behavior. As everybody knows, and it's here. And the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself. And my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours.
Yeah?
Pretends like he's self-made.
That doesn't even pause it. That doesn't even disprove that he's greedy. He just said he worked hard. Mr. Krabs works hard. Doesn't mean he isn't greedy. I mean, that didn't debunk the point.
Jesus Christ.
This is funny. You tweeted at me 1, 2,
I can't
3.
believe
This is the United States Senate, everyone.
people are turning up to the fucking Senate with screenshots of tweets. Oh my God.
Fraud.
Remember the Holodomor?
Always has been.
Niels Bruce, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that.
Always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now. You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every
No, sit down. Sit down. Look at you. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Okay.
Sit down, please.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it.
Reel him in, Bernie.
If we can't, no, I have the mic. I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah.
This is a hearing. God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies.
You have,
And that's
you
what-
have
I don't like
the
you
right-
because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
Jesus Christ. Her fucking children. Holy
Oh,
shit.
man. These people are connected to a state apparatus that has one of the largest nuclear stockpiles in the world that can evaporate all human life within an instant. I just want to remind people of that.
Jesus Christ.
Just remind people of that these are the people making laws and legislation. Well, this guy specifically. Bernie's trying to reel him in, okay? But this guy makes laws and legislation that guide the lives of 330 million people, and by extension, the entire international global world order. And he wants to fist fight people in committee hearings over Twitter beef.
Wait, is it true that the guy inherited the plumbing company from his dad?
Is that true? Well,
What's his
funny.
name? Wait, what's his name?
But the thing is, I don't know if you remember me and Haas Infrared. Like we went to debate con and he was like, "You want to fight me here? You want to fight me there?" I remember getting criticized at the time. Like, this is ridiculous. Politics is a serious matter, serious people, and the fact that all of that has fallen apart. Every single bit of that has fallen apart. Like, oh, is this the guy? Yeah, this is the guy, Mullen. Took over his father's business. Oh
No
no!
way. Oh, he's not really at the age of 20, bro.
At the age of 20.
Didn't graduate.
Damn.
Do you think what did they
He
say
is the
why?
only-
Wait. Did they say why his father fell ill?
No, it didn't.
Because he looks like he might have just beaten up his dad.
Don't say that.
To get the
Don't say
plumbing
that. He'll come
company.
to you. He'll come and beat you up
Yeah.
here. But
They'll-
look, if you look down
them's
there,
fighting words,
he is the
Lerner,
only current serving senator without at least a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, but he's won more fights than all the other current senators.
Oh, he has reported assets to a range of $31.6 million.
Jesus Christ,
I
man.
know.
Okay. What is it?
Wait, no, we increased it from it's 31. Sorry, I misread that. 31.6 million to 75.6 million. Sorry, misread it.
Jesus Christ. Whoa. Okay. That's a good start. Okay.
A lot of money.
Good context. So it seems like we've got a side here. It's the guy that we cut, the baldy guy. The baldy guy's ad hominems were
I'll
actually
be
on
partisan.
point,
I'll
right?
pick it. He's not a senator. Okay, if he goes up there and acts like if a union guy or something like that goes in there and acts tough, that's their job, right? As a union guy, they act. Who cares? He's a senator. Like he should just be like, anytime, any place. What do you mean by that, sir? And then he could have had him say, "Well, I meant," and he could have looked, really good there. But instead, he has to, outman him. He has to be a big boy. Say, I'll beat you up way here. Bernie, watch me. You know what's funny? There's a 50% chance that dude goes out there, beats up this random who cares testifier, and he doesn't get censored by the Republicans because they need every vote they can get. We could have the modern caning of Charles Sumter happen, and I'm 90% sure, I'm moving it up to 50, 90% sure he wouldn't get censored.
All right.
Hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet. I was.
Hold on.
You challenged me to a cage match, acting like a 12-year-old.
Excuse me. Hold it. No, excuse me.
I will say exactly.
Senator
what you
Mullen,
said.
I have the mic. You have questions on any economic issues, anything that said, go for it. We're not here to talk about.
Yeah, I got a question on economic issues. Why did this guy, self-made bitch, how did you get the plumbing company from your dad at 20?
Here's an economic issue. How much money you want to put on our fight when I bring you to SummerSlam?
Oh, shit.
Physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not
him
talking
in.
about. Of course, I
And,
did.
and let me show you his hearing, because I want to expose this thug to who he is. And
If you don't point at me, that's disrespectful.
I don't care about respecting you at all. I respect
I don't
people
respect
that
you at all.
respect. So
All right, hold it.
let me
Hold it. No.
You're one of
No,
100 of the most
hold
elite
it,
people.
please.
Act it.
Please. All right. This is excuse me. This is a hearing to discuss economic issues. All right. If you have questions for Mr. O'Brien or anybody else on what he has said, go for it. But we're not here to talk about fights or anything else.
I'm quoting exactly what he said.
You can
and
say
this
what
is-
you want,
This is
but-
your witness
This
you
is
brought.
my
And let me.
witness.
I'm exposing him.
You can
as a
talk
person
anything
who
you
he
want.
is. So in
but no fight-
2013,
Nope.
in 2013, O'Brien was suspended by the Teamsters for intimidating your own members. In 2014, you were part of, what would you say, organizing the harassment and intimidation of the Top Shelf crew.
Chef, not chef.
Top Chef. Okay, and then and I think in the reports they said.
He should have really stuck around for that fucking degree, shouldn't he? Oh, no.
It's
He's very chunky, though. I don't know. Top shelf.
racist and homophobic slurs and death threats. 14 tires were sliced, and 5 Teamsters were arrested. And you said, well, I had nothing to do with it. But however, in that same statement, you said, but if I get called to testify, I'll plead the fifth. This is a witness you brought in here. In 2017, you were removed as lead negotiator by then President Hoffa for UPS for your actions.
Oh, he's a Hoffa
And
guy?
then-
Okay, well, that sounds like typical Hoffa activities, okay?
What does that mean?
Jimmy
Hoffa?
Hoffa was a
okay.
union leader who was deep in with the mob, who kind of disappeared and everybody assumes was assassinated by the mob. Have you ever seen The Irishman? He's in that. Jimmy Hoffa.
I've only ever heard of this guy, but yeah.
You watch
Okay.
The Irishman. It's a good movie.
Yeah, all right. Cool. All right.
22, when this guy was elected.
Talking
when
about
he
Hoffa
said,
Jr. Whatever. It's the whole family's Hoffa. I mean, if you got Hoffa in your name, you're gonna get you some Hoffa activities.
What I did was he wanted to bring the mob mentality back to the Teamsters. This is your guy.
And you're obviously going to give him a chance to respond to your questions.
Absolutely, absolutely, because this is my question. Because you called me out. I didn't call you out.
Yeah, you did.
You said anytime, any place.
That's
what you said.
let's get the record
Okay.
straight.
Miss, hold it. No.
Hold on.
Senator Mullen, do you have a question for the witness?
Yeah. I think
Okay,
that's what I'm getting
let's hear it.
So, anytime, any place.
No, that's not.
April is a charity event.
No,
for-
that's not. That's
No,
not. No.
no, it's a- he-
No.
God, I feel so bad for him. It's so inconsiderate because Bernie's
poor
really
Bernie.
old, right? He's really old. He could fucking die trying to contain all this fucking testosterone flying across the room and shit. And they're just like, they don't care. Fuck
He
these
said
guys.
it, and this is my
He is
time,
here to
and you
tell-
didn't set
no.
parameters on what the questions can or cannot be asked, and I'll ask
No,
you
you're
a
not going to.
question.
We're not going to be talking about
yes, we
physical
can.
confrontation.
Oh, this is about charity, for a union charity, because this
This
is for
is-
firefighters and
Do you have a
policemen.
question on his
April,
testimony?
April,
Grow up,
April
will you
next
please?
year.
You have
grow
a
up. You're an
question
embarrassment.
on his. Let's not
You
be.
said it.
You're an
You
embarrassment.
said
You're
it,
an
and I'm just
embarrassment.
simply answering it.
You
Senator
reached
Mullen,
out
go
to
hold
your
it.
buddies.
Hold it.
I-
Senator Mullen, you made some charges.
Charges?
Mr. O'Brien, do you want to respond to
Yeah, go
the
ahead,
question?
please.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality of it is, you
Accept
know,
my challenge,
Mr.
Stefan.
Mullen,
This is straight up WrestleMania,
To be
man.
fair, this baldy guy wouldn't stand a chance, would he?
No, we have no clue. Wait, have you even seen him stand up?
The guy, but the other guy's a fucking
Dude,
chunker. Look how wide
if
he
he's
is.
anything like the Hoffa people, man, he'll put some chemicals on his gloves. you know,
Okay.
maybe some, like weight in there. Those union people know how to fight to win. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I guess he does have a very
Drug his drink a little
stony
bit.
face.
I don't know if that guy might. It's not just a question of whether you're big. It's also a question of you can take a punch. Do you think that senator could take a punch?
Yeah, he looks quite chunky. Maybe looks like he'd be quite slow though. This guy looks like he's got more street skills, you know? Like he's been around the block a bit more.
tough guy.
Answer, hold it. Answer the
The
question.
people in the UPS guy in the background who wandered into the wrong building.
Having a fun time.
Why is there a UPS guy
I want
there?
here to deliver staplers, but this is the bomb. Better than WrestleMania.
Why is
Might be union affiliated.
Yeah.
All right, you're
okay.
one. He made a lot of statements, right? And his statements are fiction at best.
Fiction, I read them.
Can he answer?
What?
I love
I
it.
was thinking that when he was speaking. He had a bit of a fucking soy voice there.
Answer the question, please.
I can't understand him, to be honest with you. He rambles so much. What was your question, actually?
You said I made a lot of statements.
No, but what's your question? I don't understand your question. Could you repeat it?
You said anytime, any place.
What's your question?
Accept the challenge.
What challenge?
He's still fixated on
He
getting a fucking
really
fight
wants
out
to
of
have
him.
like a boxing match.
Bernie going for the gavel again. Let's go.
Hit him
You said
once over
anytime,
the
any
head.
place. I'm accepting yours, so why don't you come
What
back?
challenge? What challenge are you talking
April 30th. How about we do it for a charity at the Smoking Guns in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
No,
We're not going to be
what was the
talking about
challenge?
physical
What are you talking about?
confrontations here.
You want to fight me?
What'd you say about anytime, any place?
Let's have coffee, discuss our differences.
Oh, that's what you said.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
All right, well, let's sit down and have coffee.
Let's
I'd
do
love
it.
to.
I'd love to.
But
It's funny how you're backing out.
Okay.
of
I don't back on anything. You're the one. You're a 100.
Senator-
Should be the most influential people in this country making changes. You're
Hassan-
focused on.
Okay.
You're
Thank
focused
you.
on
Why did you
debate
keep-
that's not
why
even
did you
relevant.
keep texting
You're an
me and then
embarrassment.
Senator-
You're an
Excuse me.
embarrassment.
Then
That's
went
what you are.
silence after
You're an
after
embarrassment to
my
the
text.
state of
This
Oklahoma.
hearing is about the condition of the working class in America.
You
That's
brought a
what we're
thug
talking.
into this
You're the biggest thug here.
You brought him in.
All right,
You're the biggest thug. Even
Look,
your
I don't know
colleagues call you
why
a
you do
joke.
what you're doing, Senator Hassan.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Hassan, you got a
Senator
question?
Mullen, please yield. I've been recognized
No,
by the
you
chair.
got it.
Back to corner.
Now,
Microphone is yours.
Chairman Sanders, I want to thank you for this hearing. I want to thank Ranking Member Cassidy.
God, I love Bernie.
God,
He doesn't. The country doesn't deserve a Bernie
Nah,
Sanders.
man. Dude.
Holy shit! That's the
Fun
craziest.
time.
That's the craziest hearing since that Bosnian Croat war criminal.
Yeah, drank poison.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. Not a fun one. Interesting one.
Fuck me. I'm getting reminiscence of this whole thing. Samaritan. Okay. Like a Samaritan's warning for trying to watch this fucking video. Hey, come on, dick.
Hey, don't kill yourself, man. Love you, man.
I might
You're
if
a
I can't
guy.
watch this fucking video. Hey, bro.
Hey,
Why
refresh,
am I okay?
Try refreshing the page. Maybe that will work.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Okay. Well, I want the other one. The one's got more views because it's longer. Okay, there we go.
It was meant to be a straightforward appeals judgment, but the UN War Crimes Court quickly turned to chaos. Seconds
I don't
after
care how many times you've watched this on this stream. It's just so good.
the judges upheld Bosnian Croat military leader Slobodan Prajac's 20-year sentence.
Stop, please. Please sit down.
It's the guy's fucking day.
He just looks confused at first. He has no clue what's going on.
These goddamn war criminals.
He's rowdy, genocide.
Notre client dit qu'il a bu un poison
Stop,
ce matin.
please.
Proceedings were halted and the curtains brought down, leaving the courtroom in a state of confusion. Several emergency workers rushed into the building carrying equipment in backpacks, and an ambulance was later seen leaving the tribunal. His death was announced by Croatian state TV shortly after. Prajac was the former commander of the Bosnian Croat Defense Forces, imprisoned for crimes against
Shots, everybody.
What did they say? When they say Bosnian Croat, does that mean like a Croat from Bosnia or a Bosnian with Croatian like ethnicity? What does that mean, Bosnian Croat?
Bosnian Croat. I mean, he was
With
with
Croat, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't
with
he?
the Croats fighting.
Because the Croats committed a lot of war crimes. in
Oh
fucking
yeah, dude.
Operation
They
Star,
were
yeah,
war
yeah.
crime happy. They were
Right.
just big winners in the war. That's all.
It's a good trade-off of war crimes, you know.
Croat.
Croat from Bosnia, yeah. So he would have been like Operation Storm or some shit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
humanity. He was one of 6 former Bosnian Croat political leaders appearing in court on Wednesday, including Djanko Prilic, former Prime Minister of the Bosnian Croats breakaway statelet. This is the final case at the groundbreaking UN tribunal before it closes its doors at the end of next month. It was set up in 1993 for war crimes committed during the bloody 1990s breakup of former Yugoslavia. Wednesday's verdict came a week after the judges sentenced former Bosnian Serb military commander Ratko Mladic, dubbed the Butcher of Bosnia, to life imprisonment after
Wonder what
finding
the
him
Butcher
guilty
of
of
Bosnia
genocide.
did.
He was Srebrenica, Mladic. He got convicted of genocide. This guy, he took the fucking big bank. He took the jackpot
That's
of
not good.
International Criminal Court convictions. One of not that many people convicted of genocide, because Nazis were not convicted of genocide. They were convicted because that crime didn't exist in Nuremberg. They were convicted of crimes against humanity because genocide wasn't until later. Where was the what was Mladic's quote? The thing that the fucking order that got him fucked up.
The Americans and
Yeah.
English would not protect them. The Bosnian Muslims have disappeared from this area long ago. Would have disappeared.
Yeah. It's like it's so if you read about this whole case, it's like the way that they got all the evidence of like genocidal intent was like they found footage of them actually taking bulldozers or like tractors, something like just equipment for basically digging graves to the site before they did the killing when they went to Srebrenica. So like even before they went there and before they fought anyone, they took everything they needed to dig the graves because they were already planning it ahead. Like yeah. And then the fact that they dug up the graves and tried to move them because they didn't want to get caught. And then the aerial photographs of like the grave and then the big pile of dirt next to it as they move the bodies. Yeah. Fucking
Dude, I'm so
crazy.
happy we have aerial photographs now. It exposes so many war crimes. A big part of the AP investigation into the slaughter that went on in Mariupol during the Russian siege. Originally, Ukrainian government estimations, and this is from the Ukrainian government, so you would think that they would be most favorable towards documenting, Ukrainian deaths. The UN only said 1,000, but they also said, and people don't include this when they spam that number on Twitter, like 10,000 Ukrainian deaths, 1,000 Gazan deaths. That shows the Russians have fought a not brutal war. They don't include the fact that the UN says about those numbers that it's a horrific undercount because they cannot access occupied territory. They only counted like a little bit over 1,000 deaths in Mariupol, while the Ukrainian government cited 35,000. Then the AP report came out, and by using aerial photographs and the mass expansion of these mass graves that were made around Mariupol, they estimate that the number is between 35,000 dead and 75,000 dead. And they even acknowledge that they still don't know for sure if that's the range, because there's a lot of death and a lot of destruction that they just cannot see if they're not on the ground. Like certain rumors I heard, and again, these are just rumors, of people being buried under the homes that they were killed in. I know that was a big rumor for the drama theater, that they just covered the corpses under the building in cement. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but obviously the mass graves is the only place you can hide bodies.
That's also actually with the Nakba. One of the reasons I was a bit of suspicion was because they had aerial photographs taken by the British as they were going over before they left of villages before and after, like the 48, with all the piles of rubble and shit. Anyway.
Genocide and war crimes.
Genocide and war crimes. Got a fucking cherry on top. Okay. Wait, hang on. Christina with a £2. Thanks very much. I'm sorry, but Dylan, give me your best. I don't even know how to say that word.
Polynestia? I have no clue what that is.
Polyanista.
Polyanista. Polyanitsa, is that it? No. Polina, I have no.
Polyanitsa.
Polyanitsa?
Polyanitsa. Huh? She should have paid
I'm
more to
terrible
get us both to
pronouncing
try
things,
it.
man. I was in Ukraine for 2 years and still get pronunciations wrong. So if you're throwing a word at me like that, that is my kryptonite, man. That is my kryptonite.
Well. The password, you got it.
Dylan, say Tatar? Tatar.
Oh, you stopped calling them Tartars.
You call them Tartars a little bit. Tiny bit.
I don't know if it's Tatar or Tatar. It's Tatar.
It is
Yeah.
Tatar.
And I know that because of Anna. Tatari. We don't need drama. Any more drama? He's always just firing all cylinders. What's my feed looking like?
Let's just scroll through Twitter and cover some breaking news like responsible journalists.
Yeah, you know, when you get to the end of the stream, you need to figure things out.
How do we drag this out for another
Is
hour
this
and
the
a half?
guy? Wait, I want to learn
no,
about...
this is the guy. Yes, this is the guy.
Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un...
Leftards.
Leftard.
There's no way.
Leftard unity.
Translation
Leftard unity,
and
man.
shit. Yeah, leftard unity.
Hell
God
yeah.
damn it. Hostages were apparently taken to Al-Shifa Hospital, which stands in contrast to Red Cross testimony. Oh. I thought Red Cross was one of the more trustworthy human rights organizations, but
Like when they went to Auschwitz and was like, this is actually an upstanding organization they got running here. They gave us a little tour and the Jews were playing volleyball.
I'm sorry. I'll rephrase. Red Cross in the present year of our Lord, not fucking 1940. Cunt. All right,
un
¿Pero me
milímetro.
podés definir zurdo de mierda que no
Todos
lo
los que,
entiendo?
digamos, los colectivistas, los que ponen, digamos, o sea, esa idea... A ver,
¿Por qué le pones de mierda, digamos?
Porque son una mierda. O sea, no.
Bro, he's me. He's been watching Twitch poll for 5 minutes, and now he's...
Pero es que si pensás, pero si pensás distinto te van a aniquilar. Ese es el punto. Es decir, vos al zurdo no le podés dar un milímetro, porque le das un milímetro y lo toma para destrozarte. Es decir, o sea, vos no podés negociar con el zurdo. No se negocia. No se negocia con esa mierda, no se negocia porque te van a llevar puesto. Si tienen un golpeador que caga trompadas a la mujer, digamos, si es de ellos, se pone el pañuelito verde y grita todo el tiempo contra el neoliberalismo,
He yells about neoliberalism all the time. Isn't that like a meme? Wasn't there like a fucking Angie Speaks debate panel where someone clipped all the time she said neoliberal? It was like 20 times.
Oh my
or
god,
some
I
shit.
remember vaguely.
You were hosting it, I think.
No, I was
Or you
part
were
of
there,
it.
yeah.
We were talking about whether you should vote for Biden, and she's British, right? She's not even American. Somehow she fucking wiggled her way onto the panel, and she was giving all these things about neoliberalism. I just said, hey, what about the war in Yemen? I have a sneaking suspicion that if Biden was elected, he'd probably have a less aggressive stance than Trump on just selling the Saudis weapons in the war in Yemen. What do we think about foreign policy? And then just kind of she past that point kind of shut down. It was a really strange panel. It should still be on my main channel if you look at my unlisted playlists. A very strange debate. A oldie but a goodie.
Loner Box, you need to try to build the Hassan Burns bridge. Listen, the Loner Box Piker Beast process is already it's already in, you know, kind of like a working progress.
He won't even watch
know?
your video on Ukraine. How the fuck are we gonna get him to watch my video and find out? Oh, that wasn't terribly bad.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know, I gotta say though about Hassan, right? It's really nice that he sits in his big chair and he, for free, 5 days, 6 days a week, is giving out answers for all the world's problems. That's really nice of him. Really nice.
Okay. Stop.
Why? What did I do? I'm compliment. It's really
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
that no matter what problem comes up, he has the answers to all the world's problems and he gives them out for free. That's charity work. It's very nice.
I even told Hassan, like, my position is like I'm okay with being aggressive and being mean and shit like that. Like the problem is just like when people start shoehorning each other into these kind of inescapable categories. Like you're a fascist, you're a Zionist, you're pro-genocide. Like because you can't really move. You can't really return from that, you know.
Ruthless.
But, like,
I think
yeah.
it was. I'm a ruthless neoliberal, a pervert, psychopath. I like. That sounds like something you would like. That sounds like a Jeffrey Dahmer like description, not a journalist.
A neoliberal pervert.
Jeez. Yeah.
A debate necrophile. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just waiting for the day. I think the more he learns about me, Hassan, the more he will decide that I am bad news and pro-genocide or some shit. I don't know. It's the day's coming, guys.
Palling
You know,
around with
I'm
me.
not,
That's not good. That's not good vibes, man. You're palling around with me. I'm a dangerous individual.
Yeah, whatever.
Ocultan. ¿Me entendés? O sea, si de repente hay alguien que acosó a un periodista que acosa a otra periodista, lo ocultan. Es decir, a todos los de ellos lo ocultan. Todas esas aberraciones la ocultan. Ahora, si
Just
vos estás del otro lado,
partisanship.
a vos te van a estropear. Te van a matar, te van a
Does not
dar
happen
con lo
with
que
Roy
sea.
Moore,
No
does
les
not happen with-
importa arruinarte la vida. ¿Por qué? Porque no pensás como ellos. Y ¿sabes qué es lo bueno de todo esto? Hay algo bueno en todo esto. Porque como el error es humano, como todos nos podemos equivocar, ¿sabes qué nos obligan? Nos obligan a ser mejores. Y como estamos siendo tan mejores que ellos, como los estamos aplastando en la batalla cultural, los estamos pasando de arriba, porque no solo le ganamos en lo
Bro, I just love the fucking accent, the way they talk. It's so powerful. Okay,
productivo, somos superiores moralmente, somos superiores estéticamente, somos
Are you really aesthetically superior? Right.
mejores en todo. Y les duele, les duele. Entonces, como no pueden pelear con las herramientas legítimas, se apalancan en el aparato represivo del Estado, poniendo torres de guita para hacernos mierda. Y aún así no pueden, no pueden. Tuvieron que bajar la nota. Tuvieron que bajar la nota. ¿Me entendés? Que están perdiendo. Están desesperados, están perdiendo la batalla cultural. Los zurdos de mierda, por primera vez, se ven acorralados. Los zurdos de mierda.
Leftard.
This guy. Holy shit.
I saw a recent video of him where he's in an interview and he starts like reacting like he has psychosis. He starts looking around because he thought he heard voices or something. It's really weird.
Yeah, the guy
Very
is
strange guy.
Wow, that's your Argentinian president for you. Wow. He's the kind of guy, he's going to make a list. Left hard box. Yeah. Bro. Left cards. How does that translate from fucking Spanish? I don't even know. He has more Riz than Trump. He's got the flair. You can't take that away from him. Did we watch this on stream? Or I showed it to you
I watched
earlier.
the debate on stream.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it
I will
can
say, look,
sometimes be
I'm
wrong.
being a little ego-driven right now. Okay, can we pause this? For a
IDF
moment?
didn't.
I will just make note of the fact that my name was mentioned, and Hassan had no comment on it. I just want to throw that out. That usually when you don't watch a video that you critique, kind of hard to comment on it when people ask you about it. Just throwing it out there. Okay, throwing a little shade. Okay, sorry.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
Why is Dylan? You're muted.
I guess it's encouraging that the guy isn't just shoehorning the word retard into it. His analysis of leftists. Fucking. Okay, yeah. So wait, what did you say? You said he's just saying leftist, not leftard. Okay.
Still a leftard. I'm taking that identity.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
Yeah.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
I like the balanced coverage that Hassan breaks the breaking news.
He doesn't even cover breaking news.
All the world's problems for free.
You genocidal freak. Okay. Listen. Not easy out there, okay, guys? What is Keffels doing, friend of the show? More second. She fucking hates second thought. This, I didn't even see this.
A revolutionary leader. I wish all presidents dressed up in superhero
I totally
attire.
forgot that Keffels was in Ireland. We totally could have like got her involved in this little.
I stopping in Dublin tomorrow for like an hour if she wants to run. If she wants to run up to the airport.
Run up to the airport. I don't think she. I think she can handle
Well,
this
not
content.
tomorrow,
She's
anyway.
stunned. She's
All right.
live. She was just silent
We're
for
going
that whole
back.
time. Bad Empanada's getting deported by that guy. Maybe. God. Bin Laden.
I wonder what his reaction to this election is.
Did I ever watch
I mean, it's
Bad Empanada called a Matt Binder show? Yeah, it was awful. I'll say this again. His VP is the daughter of a torture elected to Videla's dictatorship and denied the 30,000 people that were disappeared back then.
The torture chambers in Argentina were fucking insane. They were really close to the football stadium. So when they held the World Cup, when was it 80? When was the World Cup in Argentina?
I'm an American. I don't give a fuck
World
about your
Cup
your
Videla.
soccer.
It was 78, was it? So it wasn't when Maradona was doing fucking Hand of God or whatever, but it was like the 86 they held it as well. But it was like the prisons were really close to the football stadium. And there were just these discussions going on, I think, in the Argentinian government where they were basically saying that, like, were it not for the screams of the crowd, you would hear the screams of people getting tortured. That's how close it was. Yeah. 86. 86 in Mexico. Yeah, it was 78, yeah. I don't know what matches were at 78. I think this might have been the one where Scotland almost got in, but didn't. Yeah, fuck. The team that almost was some bullshit. All right.
And
Loner Box is
Jesus
watching.
Christ.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right, I guess we'll do Yugopnik.
Wait, did they... Did we get communication? How are so many of them there? What the fuck?
That's kind of cool.
No, is it? No.
Not care at all.
Half of Loner Box's chat calls him a Zionist, the other half says a Hamas symbol. Hey.
Incredible preview.
That's just every Maronite. Sorry.
How about bipartisan solution? We elect a Hamas
More like
government in a
Hassan
united
a
Israel.
billionaire.
Oh. Wrong headphones. Hold on.
What's that? What's that sound doing? Oh, the pipeline.
This.
Hey,
fuck that.
Loner Box, what's up? What are you up to?
Trying to get me drunk.
That's all you need, Americans. One-sider.
That's so wasted.
You're trying to get Dylan drunk?
All those Ukrainian soldiers.
Okay, hold on a sec. What the fuck are they? What are they up to over there?
Let's just stare at the camera.
Oh wait.
Let's just stare at the camera.
You're an
All those
awkward
Ukrainian
thing.
soldiers.
Okay, hold on a sec. What the fuck are they? What are they up to over there?
Let's just stare at the camera.
Oh wait.
Let's just stare at the camera.
You're an
All those
awkward
Ukrainian
thing.
soldiers.
Okay, hold on. What are they up to over there?
Let's just stare at the camera.
Oh wait.
Let's just stare at the camera.
Moo. Gonna echo. You're an
All those
awkward
Ukrainian
thing.
soldiers.
Okay, hold on. What are they up to over there?
Let's just stare at the camera.
Oh wait.
Let's just stare at the camera.
Moo. Gonna
I-
echo. You're an
All those
awkward
Ukrainian
thing.
Apples, give me some of the lawyer money. I
Okay,
want some of the
hold on.
lawyer
What are
money.
they up to over there?
Get me in on it.
Oh wait.
Okay, this is breaking real quick. I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go back to my video. I hope you all have a good day, and I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Okay.
I want some of the lawyer money.
Jesus Christ. That was fun. I think we should raid there when we're done.
Yeah, it's only fair.
Okay. All right.
Well, let me respond to Nerd Wisdom in chat. I'm
Okay.
sorry. That was uncalled for. Okay, Nerd. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. We will not do it again. We apologize for harassment, a trans creator on the platform. We won't bully broads in the future, I promise. I'm kidding.
Bro.
Kidding. Don't be such a bitch, though, okay?
The fuck, man.
What? He was a bitch. What do you mean? We were just fucking around.
Yeah, I know.
We're just fucking around.
All right.
Fucking around.
Shouldn't have got you drunk.
What's the
Bad
problem with
idea.
this joshing around? Remember, I'm gonna be like, what's his face? That one gumball voice actor, and you're gonna that got recorded by Dream saying all those slurs in the taxi.
Dylan, I love you, but your abuse is sick.
I'm sick of
Your abuse
perverted
is
abuse.
sick. Okay, guys. You have anything else for the stream?
I think I sent you some things. I forget which
alright.
things I sent you. Scroll up or scroll down.
I can't look at that because I'm
Oh, yeah,
blocked.
you're blocked by them.
Let's watch this. Ugh.
Yeah, but the Esquire thing, that video's kind of necessary. You're blocked by them too? Damn, never mind. I don't.
Wait, Daily Beast fucking blocked me. Are you kidding me?
Did the
Oh
Daily
my-
Beast block you?
Why?
No, that says Melody. I don't know who that is. But they
Huh.
had a video of, I think it was like Charlie Kirk or something, saying weird things about the
Oh, these are
Jews.
just trans creators who don't like me. Okay. Or
Man,
trans
you really-
Twitter users.
We gotta get Keffels to not like you. We need to get you like the
Yeah.
we need to get you like the gauntlet, like trans hatred.
Independent and kids. Fuck.
Yeah, that's too heavy. Yeah, we needed to watch this. We'll
Maybe
watch this and wrap up the
this is a
stream.
quite short
Yeah,
one, isn't
This is
it?
short. It's like 6 minutes.
All
This
right.
is perfect. We can do this and wrap up stream. So this is Piers Morgan brought on this guy who was caught on footage tearing down some of the posters of kidnapped children, men, women, and civilians that were kidnapped by Hamas during the October 7th terrorist attack. And he went on Piers Morgan's show to explain why he did it. And he just looked like the biggest knob in the world. A big old knob. And I wanted to watch it. It's really sad that people would behave this way, but it's also kind of funny how much of a knob he is.
Remember, this is the guy who fell for the Jewish psyop. Remember the Hassan take? That the only reason they put those posters up was because they knew they would get people to tear them down to make the Palestinian movements look bad.
What a bizarre thing to think. You put up a poster of a kidnapped child, and your first thought is, when people tear this down in anger over this kidnapped child, what a bizarre thing to think.
All right, let's go.
Hamas terrorists are still holding around 240
Linda
hostages.
Sarsour said
By the way,
at one of
sorry.
the rallies.
What?
Linda Sarsour said something like that at one of the rallies.
Said what?
Said something like, "Don't tear down the posters. There, people are out there. They'll film you to catch you." It's very, very strange rhetoric.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't, not because it's unethical or it's mean or it's fucking insensitive.
Gross.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
First
what
of
you
all,
should do. This is my opinion. Put up your own posters of the Gazan children who have been killed to call for a ceasefire. That's the smart thing to do. That's the thing you're doing if you're thinking about how other people view you. If you're thinking about, hey, I want to help children that are being hurt. I want to help the kidnapped children and the ones blowing up. Not tearing down the posters of kidnapped children like a psychopath.
I think we need to have our moment of appreciation again for Pierce for bringing us so much content.
Really is
For bringing
content
all
king.
the, and for also for representing multiple perspectives on a very contentious situation. But most for bringing the this guy has brought so much content. Like W's in the chat. We have some W's in the chat for Pierce Morgan, who is a man who respects the content. You know, he takes the content seriously. We had fucking, what do you have, like Muhammad Hijab twice, Owen Jones, fucking that crazy rabbi, Cenk Uygur, Hassan. Here's is on it. That fucking Bassem Youssef guy, the content lord.
I gotta say though, I do wish he diversified his
Corbyn.
question. I wish he diversified his question
know,
portfolio and didn't yell over half of the guests.
It's when he's like, I'm in a really difficult situation where I think, right, Israel's their right to defend themselves against Hamas and that, right? But how can they do that if we're fucking children and fucking rocket launchers and that? It's like,
This is how the
figure it out, man. You had a fucking month to think about the ethics of collateral damage. I don't know. Shit.
This is how every Piers Morgan interview starts with anybody who's pro-Palestine, okay? So first off, I want to say thank you for coming on, especially so short after your entire family was evaporated in an Israeli airstrike. Child was torn in half by Israeli shrapnel, and all of your property stolen, and Israeli soldiers posed over it with an Israeli flag. So first question, do you condemn Hamas? I just wish he diversified the question a little.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I feel like he could have also, I mean, whenever he's off stream, could be doing a bit more reading because there's a few obvious things that he misses or like a few obvious arguments he could make back and forth that he just doesn't do. Yeah.
Kidnapped and brought into Gaza.
But mostly W's for Giga. Because I never thought I'd ever see Pierce Morgan actually doing any like decent journalism ever. And this is like pretty decent.
The October 7th terror attacks. Posters displaying their faces, including many of the children. A desperate plea for help have been put up on walls around the globe. However, anti-Israel protesters have taken it upon themselves to rip them down. In New York, multiple flyers are torn away daily. In Germany, police were caught tearing down posters of hostages too. And here in London, the same has happened. My next guest was...
Please? I would imagine if the pause.
had
If the cops are tearing it down, it can't be just tearing it down for shits and giggles. Must be at some like private property that asked for them not to be there. Or there must be some German law about posting stuff like that on public property. There's no way the cops were just like, oh my God, kidnapped children. We need to tear this down.
No, they do that. Yeah, they police they take down all kinds of shit for like just because of that reason. Yeah, good vandalism.
Refi,
It's to keep the community safe from pictures.
Kidnapped children.
tore down posters of the hostages in Los Angeles. And he joins me now. Mr. El Refi, why would
this
you
guy
rip
is
down...
just going to be the smuggest pseudo-intellectual cunt who's never read anything. That's what the vibe I'm getting from him.
Posters of hostages. Why would you do that? What's the answer?
Because it is perpetuating a completely false narrative that the Israelis are the victims, of which I do not promote any violence towards any innocent human being, regardless of their background or beliefs or any type of targeting of a specific individual. And those people that have their pictures on those posters, I do not know them, and I do not wish anybody who is innocent any type of harm. It is more of a symbolic gesture.
So they're innocent.
Symbolic gesture.
So they're innocent, but they're not victims. I hate this, like, this binary. Like, has to be the oppressor and the oppressed, and you have to be shoehorned into one category or the other. And like, so you can be an innocent oppressor, but not a victim. That's so stupid. Fuck.
I mean, under this logic, that would mean any state that is occupying another state. If any civilians murdered, killed, slaughtered, hurt, if somebody was to go into like Moscow and bomb some like apartment building, kill 300 civilians, none of them would be victims because they're the occupying state.
Yeah,
this
like,
logic could justify. Well, this is. I mean, I hate to be blunt. This is Osama bin Laden logic.
Yeah, like suffering is a zero-sum game, right? Like if one side's suffering, then the other side's like, and no group, individual in that population can suffer at all, right? Even if it was like some of these people who were kidnapped were people who were not only favorable to the Palestinian cause, but were also people who actually worked to get medical care for people in Gaza, to actually like to get them work permits or to get them out of Gaza so that they could get access to more decent welfare services and shit like that. Like that was people were working pretty hard, some of them, for like as activists in that region. So fuck, I don't know, just not good.
Propaganda that they are putting into civilian areas that we are living in, and they're perpetuating this narrative to keep subconsciously programming people to think that Hamas are terrorists.
Let me tell you what
Let me not even refer to Hamas, just the Palestinian people in general and Muslim people in general.
Yeah, let me tell you the
just like 9/11.
No, if you don't want to look like terrorists, don't kidnap civilians.
Where you did this, you were several blocks down from the Holocaust Museum in Los Angeles. There are many Jewish people who live in Los Angeles, and these 240 hostages include grandmothers who escaped the Holocaust. They include 3-month-old babies. They include many children, and their families are understandably desperate for information about where they are and whether they're still alive. And we've already had some cases where people, from the identity on the posters, they have been identified as still alive. Why would you deprive families of that?
Not true that they've been able to identify people through the posters.
From the videos that Hamas were taking of hostages.
He's saying that the posters have helped identify people kidnapped. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? I'm not saying it's impossible. I haven't heard of it.
It's not impossible, but I don't know.
All due respect to anybody who is suffering the loss of people that they love, which many people around the world are currently suffering from, but there's always a spotlight on a specific demographic of people. Because apparently, just like George Orwell would say, some people are more equal than others. And also a very important clarification that
why is he saying that though? Like, why can't? It's not as if the I would guess that the pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been bigger than the pro-Israel. No, in most of these countries, like at least what I've seen on the news.
300,000 in the UK.
300,000 in London, yeah. But because there's some posters up, like that's not. Fuck.
Needs to be done is the difference between Zionism and Judaism. Zionism is a political ideology that is using Judaism as a front to push its agenda, whereas Judaism is simply a religion of which my own religion stems from. Would you like me to show?
We're talking about 240 people. Why are you laughing? What's possibly funny about
this? Because if you have the background information that I have about the world in general and how politics is a game and war is business.
Oh my God.
If you were as smart as this guy, Loner,
if you had my schmeducation.
You had his education, you tear down those kidnapped children's posters as well.
Because I haven't slicked enough cum in my hair to give myself this academic facade.
You'd realize why this. I'm not laughing at people suffering, not at all. I completely
You literally were just laughing.
Wish that to happen to
You were
anyone.
literally laughing as I asked you about 240 hostages, including a 3-month-old baby.
What about all the people that are getting obliterated in Gaza right now?
Why don't you stop playing? If you had my education, you would embrace my whataboutism.
Well, it really gets me about this, and I've heard the same logic used when it comes to Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine about like why did Ukraine get so much positive attention, et cetera, et cetera. Palestine and Gaza did not get as much positive attention, et cetera, et cetera. And number one, I do think it was a real issue, but the solution isn't to take down the Ukrainians. I've seen a lot of people trying to diminish the suffering of Ukrainians. That's not the solution. That doesn't bring Gazan suffering to a higher audience. Please mute me so I don't have the echo. They don't have. This doesn't help bring Gazan suffering to a higher audience. It doesn't bring their message to more people. All it does is piss off people who support Ukraine and then going to make them feel worse about the struggle that Palestinians are having for a state. And not only is it going to do that, it doesn't platform more Palestinian voices. You should be platforming Palestinians, putting up your own posters around Palestinians instead of tearing down these hostages. Just tearing down other people's platform does not build up your own platform.
It's also because like putting up posters is a much more silent way of protest, isn't it? It's like you're not taking up the streets, you're not chanting and screaming. You put out a poster.
Yeah, he said it was symbolic. He said it was in symbolic action, but he did it privately with his headphones on. If it was symbolic, then he'd be doing it in like in front of a crowd or something, or like recording himself. He got caught doing it. It's not symbolic. He just didn't like it.
Whataboutery. Why don't you stop playing what about it? There are mass protests.
What happened to the hostage?
There are mass
Pierce absolutely caught this fucking debate gravedigger with his whataboutism. Damn.
Hold on.
To be clear,
hold on. What happened to the
grave robber? I'm sorry.
old lady that was released and she shook his hand before leaving?
There are mass protests.
I'd appreciate if you don't interrupt me.
There are
the
mass.
hostage who shook the Hamas guy's hand before leaving. You know that she still had a relative who was still a hostage. Her husband or like her son or something was still a hostage. You're the woman who shook the Hamas guy's hand and said they treated her very well. Even though she also said that they give her bruises, right? Like, also, taking a civilian hostage you're not supposed to do that.
You're not supposed to do that, period. So once you've taken them hostage, you're not treating them well. But once, again, I'm echoing.
Sorry,
no problem. Loner Buck just hates me. Doesn't like platforming queer voice. What was I saying? But once you've kidnapped them, you're already not treating them well. But this is always a problem with interviewing prisoners. For example, there's a lot of very popular videos from the Ukrainian side of them interviewing, and I'm constantly asked to watch them because they're very interesting videos. And I have watched them off stream, but I don't promote them. I don't platform them because I am principally against interviewing POWs like that while they are still in custody and are still POWs and controlled like that. Because the problem is they have so much leverage against them. You cannot judge if the stories they say are truthful or the stories they're saying is in order to get some sort of, benefit in captivity or to protect their other buddies or whatever it is. It's the same reason why you wouldn't listen to like Americans saying the Japanese treat us nice in internment in Japanese POW camps during the Second World War in order to get better treatment. Just it's impossible to know the biases of the source or what is pulling the source when the camera's off.
Protests all over the world, pro-Palestinian protests.
I haven't joined a single protest. Hold on. I have not joined a single protest.
But they're being allowed to happen.
But I would like to send a message to those protesters and protesters around the world. When you go out into the street begging your so-called leaders to do something, why don't you do something yourself? Why do we keep giving the authority and power to certain pathetic individuals who have no competence to be in the positions that they're in to continue having the quote-unquote power? The power is within each and every single individual, which is something we have completely forgotten. And this is how they have people like puppets on strings.
Friendship is magic.
Why does he want what does he want the protesters to do?
Action.
Yeah, do what? They can't.
People should do something, Loner.
Yeah, that's
Are you
true.
against people doing something?
I don't know. You got me there. Fuck me. What a coward as well. Just say if the guy wants a fucking intifada in like the United States, God. Or is this the fucking like assassinate your political leaders or some bullshit? Yeah, I don't know.
I simply ask you.
Many members of modern humanity are pathetic.
I simply ask you why you would rip down posters of people who've been taken hostage.
See, this is why Pierce is not very good at thinking on his feet. Because if I was Pierce, I wanted to unleash a debate genocide on this guy. I would be like, all right, what do you want them to do? You've got this one opportunity. No one knows what the fuck you're saying. What do? You know?
So vague. This is it's such a vague call to action. Somebody could interpret this as like protests and like block streets all the way to like people should get violent. It's impossible to interpret what he's saying. It's just so vague.
Oh, well, to be fair, you're not under the same pressure. Fucking whatever.
Which may...
to be fair, it's also because I've had a lot of practice of asking slimy fucks what they mean when they use vague language. So I'd have had that one in the chamber ready to go for any debate.
That's true. And Piers has practiced talking over people.
Yeah.
Give their families some hope if someone can identify them.
I don't think Pierce has had as much practice as I have with the left-wing stochastic terrorist. So I will let him off the hook with that one.
That they may still be alive.
Just like, okay, let me answer your question on multiple layers. It's false hope, number one. If they really wanted them back, they'd be back. Number two, what about all the other families?
What is that? What?
Well, like they'd go into Gaza and fucking pick them up.
Like
don't.
The Israelis can both want them back, and the families can both want them back. And from all the testimony I've seen, they obviously want them back. And also not be willing to make the political concessions to get them back. Like those two things can coexist at the same time. A better response would be the Israeli government is not willing to do what is necessary to get them back. They're too like insistent on revenge. That's a statement that would be but they don't want them back. They don't want. What does that even mean? Of course they want them back.
I feel like the thing you get is that whenever someone primes themselves by talking about their education or their background knowledge of the way things are in the world, they never follow up with anything insightful. Have you not noticed that? Like, never.
No, they don't. No new suggestion.
Families that are suffering from, they're seeing their direct family getting bombed and their entire the videos that I'm seeing on accounts like Mu'taz Azazia's Instagram page and many other journalists that are there posting about these things, if I started doing that on the street and putting his content, just take a screenshot and put it on the street. Los Angeles and any place that is of a civilian manner is not going to be civilian anymore. It's going to be too graphic for people to walk around on the streets and live the rest of their lives. And also another message
that
to
has nothing to do with his argument is that it's too graphic to be in civilian areas by having posters of people kidnapped, not even like dead or their bodies, but to know that people were kidnapped and have posters of that in civilian areas is too graphic, is no longer civilian. What does this even mean? I remember when I was growing up, I had this girlfriend who was working at the Holocaust Museum in DC, and we went there, and they were anti-abortion protesters protesting outside the Holocaust Museum saying, "Stop a modern Holocaust," with like aborted fetuses next to Holocaust. Horrific images, horribly offensive. The idea of Holocaust survivors having to walk past that and see that was deeply offensive to me. That's still public space. And that doesn't change just because the conversation that happened in the public space was somewhat graphic. And these images aren't graphic. They're just of smiling faces of like children and family members that have been kidnapped with the words "kidnapped by Hamas."
Question I asked you again. Nothing to do with it. You're not answering the
maybe
question.
You're not understanding the nuances of my communication.
You know what? I've got to be honest with you. I don't really care about your subtle nuances or you thinking it's all entertaining.
Yes, an ordinary English lad, right? Oh, you're a fuck. I hate nuance, I do. I fucking hate it. Simple as, blood. Yes, my bullheaded champion. Like a human battering ram.
Because it's a multi-layered, situation.
It's not multi-layered. You are walking around near the Holocaust Museum in Los Angeles, a place I've attended several times and found profoundly moving. And you're walking around there recently, and walking around there several weeks after the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust.
It's not on Jewish people.
I almost dated Meghan Markle. I don't need nuances.
240 hostages were taken, including 3-month-old babies and Holocaust survivors.
Jewish Central.
And your only contribution to this is to walk around and rip down hostage posters.
It was his claim of not being anti-Semitic is he has to live with Jews. He hasn't killed them all yet.
Hear that?
Including 3-month-old
not on Jewish people.
2 weeks after the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust.
It's not on Jewish people.
240
hostages
were taken,
Jewish people.
including 3-month-old babies and Holocaust survivors.
Jewish Central.
And your only
No, is he saying it's not attacks against Jews, it's like against Israelis, right? But again, like the hate crimes against Jews have gone up fucking
what was
everywhere.
that second part? The second part
I
that
live with
sounded
Jews
like
in Jewish
I
Central.
live with Jews, therefore I'm not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, fuck. Eesh.
Contribution to this is to walk around and rip down hostage posters. And you seem to find it funny.
My main contribution would be to educate people on what is really...
Well, fucking educate people then. Say something that's fucking insightful. You haven't said shit.
You don't understand the nuances, Loner.
Oh, I don't care about your fucking nuances, bruh. I'm allergic to the word, mate. Oh no, football and fucking... and I wear my puppy... tea and biscuits, Sky Sports, Her Royal Highness the Queen, Princess Diana, EastEnders, domestic violence.
And a good shank.
Well, let me educate you. Let me educate you. What you are doing is shockingly insensitive and inappropriate and hurtful to the family members of those people taken hostage, including many young children. And by the way, I also think the deaths of all the children in Gaza is horrific, and I've said so many times. But what you are doing,
I respect you for that.
Your
I respect
sole
you for not having
contribution,
that double standard.
Your sole contribution to this is to rip down posters of hostages, and I find that contemptible. I'll end the interview there. Thank you for your time.
Steak and kidneys. Right.
True intellectual. That'll be the person who leads the Palestinians to liberation. He's the new leader. He'll be elected leader PLO in like a week or two. Once they've watched that video, all of Hamas will put down their guns and follow him to liberation.
Well, I've absorbed high levels of education.
I understand all the nuances now.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm getting fat with nuance. Obese with nuance.
Wow, man! Look at that! Look at this great stream right here. Look at the state of Twitch. What the fuck is the state of Twitch? That woman's naked. Yeah. What the hell? Can I do that? Can I show ball on stream?
Can we do a catch up with no comment chick?
Oh, she did a 7.5 hour stream, I think, reacting to my recent Ukrainians on video, and was trying to like shoehorn it into like a beef we had like a year and a half ago. She is very
See what the story is. Vosh gets deep fried by DFF. Who the fuck is DFF? Oh, Vanguard.
Shirt.
Deep fat fried.
It's a movie theater floor in the 90s print. Yeah, it's like a dead mall. What is up with his dead mall shirt?
Okay. Feel bad. Like,
how does anybody watch this shit?
It's like bullying a
How does
dead
anybody
antelope.
watch that? I don't know how. There's 22 people in that room. That could be like jerking off, could be getting a girlfriend, could be like calling their grandma, and instead they've decided to watch no comment. Jesus Christ.
Common Cure with the $5. Thanks very much. This $5 for Dylan. He does great work. Well done. I'll be sure to.
I appreciate it.
That's like £1.20. Isn't it?
Money for me then, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean £1.20? We're arguing about this in the store today about the value of the dollar compared to the pound. And when we were arguing about it, and I was trying to emphasize the dollar is worth more than I think it is, there was another British person that came up with, "Oi, mate! Oi, mate! You're wrong, me, bruv! That's a dollar for 25." And it's like, thank you, Mr. British person. You must be the most intellectual. Yeah, I'm top 10 smartest people in the country, bruv. Thank you very much, bruv.
It's that Scottish accent, is it?
Oh no, it was an English.
There's
buddy.
always a handy Scot in the corner who understands currency, you know, who knows that Scottish currency is in fact still legal tender in England.
Wait, some people ask in a Chew accent. Aberdeen is a very multicultural city. There's a lot of godless heathens from all across the country that stay here. Very atheistic city. So many churches turn into like nightclubs here.
The Vosh speech / rant about the need to still vote for Biden over Trump on the Deep Fat Fried cast was one of the best I've ever heard. Epic Vosh rant.
Ooh, I kind of want to hear that.
You have a link that you can send really quickly because you're on
very
Twitch.
Quickly. Yeah, very quick.
His name was Chud Logic. Yeah. Yeah, I could do. Although I think who was that? I think the problem with insisting that it's a genocide in Gaza and that Biden's supporting it kind of means that you get those tweets like Biden's doing a genocide, but you should vote for him anyway. It's like it just looks optically quite fucking weird. Paints you into a funny corner. All right. Let's see.
I'm gonna set my mic down.
Okay. You want to get to that? Okay. Yeah. Well.
Guys, charity event trying to raise money for Azov. Got one of you guys of them. Go to the DylanBurns.tv fundraiser for more of these. Appreciate it. Just go DylanBurns.tv, donate. All the money will go straight whatever band or right militia you want to support. Appreciate it.
Okay. I think you were cutting out pretty hard and doing that, but it's okay.
I was cutting out? Okay,
yeah.
I didn't hear me. You're hovering it above it. I can see you holding back my unmute.
It's quite difficult to balance.
I don't talk about my smuggling efforts. My supposed smuggling efforts. Don't show guns on stream. I didn't show a gun on stream. I don't know what we're talking about.
Okay. Well, let's see. Oh. Here's the actual.
It's the whole video.
That is not timestamped. Is this it?
Give me, ring the bell. Give me money. Subscribe. Anyway, back to the death of hundreds of thousands of people.
Look, I know how to shoot. I know how to hustle. I gotta hustle now that I've been demonetized. That shit cost me like $10,000, okay? I gotta hustle. You gotta hustle in the marketplace of ideas.
You heard the man. Last chance, I think. All right.
DylanBurns.tv. Donate, sub, support, freelance.
What was that? We're sorry, you got muted. I don't know what happened.
They heard me. I got it out fast enough.
Okay. Okay. I think we should just rate out.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think they're gonna get us the link in time.
No, but I can imagine them frantically trying right now, and it feels really bad for them.
Yeah, right now. Scrambling over the keyboard, nachos falling on the floor.
I think pulling out of this is you just end stream. Does it? But I should have this up so I can unlist quickly.
Dylan is too drunk. I've drank very little today, actually.
Yeah, but he's American, so
I had some whiskey and I drank like a certain one cider.
Okay, I'll just imagine the Vosh run, or I'll look at it next time. Okay, if you put it in stream chat and Discord, we'll catch it sometime, hopefully. Okay. Hey, take care, guys. Let me check if there's anything missed. Oh, all right. Cool.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Are people saying no? Fuck off. All right. Take care, guys. Love you. Bye. He dropped.
Drop the link. Well, if it's got the timestamp. If it doesn't, we're gone. Oh, is that it already?
Oh, it's
changed. If there are only two possible options, you have to go with the better of the two. Obviously, like rhetorically speaking, I'm not exactly thrilled to be doing anything that even sounds like defending Biden right now because of what he's doing with regards to the genocide in Palestine.
Whose fault is that? Okay, anyway.
Right. So this isn't exactly like a period of time during which I'm going to go out there and proselytize and wave banners around and, you know, shoot t-shirt cannons with Biden's face on it into the crowd. Not the time for that. More probably going to focus on tearing down the GOP, you know, but ultimately, like,
isn't it time now? Isn't it time now more than ever to do that? Though?
Oh, it's 2 hours 10. Okay, there we go. Well, you've made a strong effort. Okay.
Right, your chat's fantastic.
Jesus Christ.
I had a great debate on
Plenty of things you
I gotta
can
say,
do
my
with
Deep
regards
Fried
to
Friday
advocacy and
performance on
political
Ukraine was
pressure.
great.
I'm saying, no, please, again, this is political engagement, okay? There are plenty of things that you can do to change the duopoly and change what is politically acceptable.
Lay it out from lay out the change.
It's called everything other than who you vote for on election day.
What is it?
Advocacy, pushing funding, arguing with media organizations.
I already do advocacy.
No, hold on. Go to local town hall meetings. Write letters to your local Congress people. Write letters to local people, like mayors, town commissioners, even like local city planning boards. That can do a surprising amount of good. Hey,
I remember Demon Mama and Doe giving me shit for the idea of writing letters. I don't think writing letters actually works that well, but it's like a lot of these people you would write letters to, they work in public buildings. You can just go there and talk to them, right? In America. Yeah.
Past decade or so, we've seen a recent rise in legitimately progressive politicians. Right now, yes, our government may be broadly pro-Israeli, but America is more pro-Palestine than ever before. And why? Did that just happen out of nowhere? Did that just happen out of the ether? No, it's because people worked, and they've been working for longer than any of us have been alive. There have been Palestinian advocates who for decades have had their cries for justice met with deaf ears. For decades, and only now will people listen. And yesterday, just yesterday, John Oliver, a generally presentable media personality, presented a fully pro-Palestinian take to an audience of millions of people. You can do stuff. And you know what? The consequence of you doing good stuff is that people vote smarter in future primaries and you get better presidential candidates to pick from. Without changing the first past the post system or the way we currently do things on a structural level, it's still always going to be a lesser of two evils deal.
Don't you
but
think
it doesn't mean you don't do anything.
We could save those Palestinians a lot faster if all of those people who say, hey, I want a choice on Israel, were like, I don't know if I'm voting for a Democrat this year.
You assume that group of leftists has any impact. Like they don't. They can't fucking organize. They're young people. They're people who don't vote anyway. Like, yeah, there's just not enough of that. No, like
there isn't enough of that. No, there's a problem. If you don't think your vote's gonna matter if you vote third party, then you won't vote third party. There's just so little confidence in voting for third party meaning anything. And that's in some areas, Santa Claus and Elmo will get more votes than third party candidates from actual political parties. If that's, you've got a long way to go. When we had Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, two of the most unelectable politicians in the country that everybody really kind of hated, and they still couldn't hit the 5% threshold necessary for certain like funding benefits that they would need to continue to expand their holds. And that's a libertarian. But that was Gary Johnson getting national news coverage, going on CNN. Where is Aleppo? It didn't go well. And until there's structural changes, we're not going to see any change. And let's, for just a moment, say that what he's talking about happened. How does that do anything but then elect Donald Trump, the person who said, if they spill an ounce of our blood, we need to spill buckets of their blood. In order to fight terrorism, we need to kill the families of terrorists, directly target terrorists. Somebody who was the person who recognized the annexation of the Golan Heights, an illegal annexation by the Israeli government of Syrian territory, which saw the expulsion of 70,000 to 130,000 people. What about the recognizing of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel? What about him appointing Jared Kushner to be his Middle East peace advisor, who wrote up the most biased, non-starter Israeli-Palestine peace plan in American history? That's the person that who's gonna lead us to peace. He'd go in there, he'd say flatten Gaza, and that'd be the end of it. I mean, listen to Mitch McConnell. I mean, not Mitch McConnell, but Lindsey Graham. Him talking about flattening Gaza. Other Republican senators going on mainstream TV. Bounce the rubble.
Never forget the map. The Gaza West Bank tunnel.
Oh God.
It's just so grim. You know what? It's actually, as a kind of soy, since we're on the soy theme, in the letter from Birmingham jail, MLK talks about how the protests that he had planned that got him put into jail were actually postponed. They were postponed because there was a mayoral election, and Bull Connor, the crazy Dixiecrat racist cop, was running in it, and they didn't want him to win. They didn't want their protests to give him an excuse to run on like a law and order position, right? They didn't want it to interfere with the election. So they postponed their protests for civil rights for this mayoral election to happen. Bull Connor's opponent, who they were trying to get elected, who got elected, was a segregationist. He was just a softer segregationist than Connor. And that's what he even says it, like here. One of the basic points in your statement is that the action that I and my associates have taken in Birmingham is untimely. Some have asked, why didn't you give the new state administration time to act? The only answer I can give to this query is that the new Birmingham administration must be prodded about as much as the outgoing one before it will act. We are sadly mistaken if we feel that the election of Albert Boutwell as mayor will bring the millennium to Birmingham. While Mr. Boutwell is a much more gentle person than Mr. Connor, they are both segregationists, dedicated to the maintenance of the status quo. I have hoped that Mr. Boutwell will be reasonable enough to see the futility of massive resistance to desegregation, but he will not see this without pressure from devotees of civil rights. Like, I wonder if it was it was mayoral. Then it occurred to us that Birmingham's mayoral election was coming up in March, and we speedily decided to postpone action until after Election Day. Like, when we discovered that the Commissioner of Public Safety, Eugene Bull Connor, had piled up enough votes to be in the runoff, we decided again to postpone the action until the day after the runoff so the demonstrations could not be used to cloud the issues. Like many others, we waited to see Mr. Connor defeated, and to this end, we endured postponement after postponement. Having aided in this community need, we felt that our direct action program could be delayed no longer. Like, MLK postponed his protests to get a segregationist lesser of two evils, to get the lesser of two segregationists elected mayor. Like, I don't know, just learn your fucking lesson. Jesus Christ.
What a libtard.
Yeah, Martin Liberal Cuck.
Earn my fucking vote.
Again, stop with the fairy time bullshit. If all of these people somehow magically coordinated, listen, over here in reality, if some of these people all magically coordinated, if some of these people all magically coordinated, and they all decided on a single wedge issue, if they all decided,
MLK doesn't have Paul's lived experience. Yeah.
on a single wedge issue to shift their vote on one wedge issue to another candidate who would have to be developed and organized and funded and promoted entirely on this wedge issue, they would then have to have more people voting for them than the entire unified Republican Party. Ergo, what you're talking about has never happened, cannot happen. You are talking about fantasy bullshit.
can't
You're
ha-
not
wait.
happy with how tedious
Wait,
reality
it
is.
happens nearly every
You
election
are
cycle.
not.
Political
You are
promises
not
are made.
brave
Why do you think
for
politicians make
throwing
political
up your
promises
arms in
in
the
the
air.
hopes of getting people to
You
vote for
are
them?
not brave for throwing your arms up in the air, ignoring reality, and only saying you'll lift a finger off or lift your ass off the seat if some implausibly, impractical, historically like unprecedented shit happens
It would not-
that
how
no
would it be
political
unprecedented?
analyst would ever
This is
say
a great
would
question,
happen.
by the
But
way.
you're like,
Is there any political candidate running for public office that has a decent chance of actually becoming the leader, the head of state of a nation, that meets your standard for who you would vote for?
Yeah.
That's always a great question for anti-electoral politics people who are waiting for that perfect candidate.
It's just like the entitlement of people who like don't like the idea of a lesser of two evils when it's just like, yeah, we're in a democracy where a fuck ton of people disagree with you. Like, yes, you're not going to get the perfect candidate. You're going to get far from the perfect candidate. Yeah.
These candidates have to build extremely broad coalitions to win. They're not going to align with you on every issue. And there's a good chance they might even not align with you on the majority of issues. You got to use your political power in the electoral voting booth as smart as you can, voting for the person who would be the best given the situation. Doing otherwise is going to do nothing except empower their opponent.
Lonerbox, I saw a tweet saying that Ariel Sharon should be viewed as responsible for the murders of thousands of Palestinians, including those in Sabra and Shatila. Do you agree? Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. He was, yeah, even fucking the Israeli commission said, of course because he knew that they were, he knew that the phalangists had done massacres before. He knew that they were out for revenge. He knew that their fucking leader had just been assassinated like a few days earlier. Yeah, and he let them in anyway. Into that camp, yeah. Into
And
both
they
of those
stood by.
neighborhoods. Yeah, and then they just stood by for 36 hours or some shit and just let it happen and just stayed. People who were responsible for the killings were the phalangists. They did that. Yeah. I feel why do I have a feeling that why do I have a feeling that you're always asking me like the same questions in chat? I feel like you're always okay, whatever. Maybe I'm paranoid. Fuck. Every time someone asks me about Sabra Shatila, I'm just like, are these people trying to like detectives trying to figure out if I like endorse it or not? Or if I one day let slip, and I'm like, oh yeah, well my dad told me that when he was firing into the fucking homes of a little family of refugees. Yeah, shit.
Did I not talk?
Oh wait,
Oh yeah, should we not talk about what you did over there? Okay, I will leave that for off stream.
Yeah. You do get asked that a lot. It's because people are fucking retarded. Like, whatever. They read theory guys who will believe a fake tweet. Well done.
only for this will I, fucking politics king, get out of my seat and do shit. You're not special. And no, you are. You're special in a class sense. You're more privileged than the people liable to suffer. If this country goes under, I can leave. I'm rich. But there are millions of people in this country who not only don't have that privilege, but they work tirelessly to put the effort in where you think there's no point. Your day for work is not at the election booth. Your day for work is 4 years
for a
before.
politician to have to earn the vote of a voter. That's not unprecedented. That's
Quit
literally politics
whining that
101.
you're not being catered to. You have it better than 90% of the people on this
We're
planet.
not talking about me personally being catered to. We're talking about the huge block of people who oppose the genocide going on in the Gaza Strip
and
to be heard.
And they're doing and they're doing work, and their lives will not get any easier if they just don't participate.
If those politicians have to spin on that issue to change on that issue in order to secure those votes.
You're just speaking for them. You're privileged. You're privileged and arrogant, and you're angry, and you're using them as a shield. You're using them as a shield.
So of course these people would have a huger incentive than ever to
You're
want
hiding
to win.
behind.
This guy's life must be so easy. It was like, I'm just gonna do nothing until the politicians do what I want them to.
Is there a single example of this like leveraging vote strategy ever working?
I don't know. Of course not. Is there? Wait, no. No one's. Has there ever been a movement that said we're not voting for anyone until you change your position? I don't think that's ever happened. Has that ever happened? Like, maybe in a coup, like we're not voting until you change something this way. Well, then, yeah, you do a coup. The DSA. Okay, that means no one.
Sure. I mean, Biden is a socialist. He'd get that consent. He said, "I will now officially become Lenin." He did say that in the State of the Union address.
New Willy shit show. Oh no, what did he say? No, wait, I saw. Oh, it's a new one. I confronted Hassan Piker. Wait, am I in this one?
I was in the last one.
I was in the last one too. Where am I here? Or is he just going through the entire? why Hassan is.
He's just going through the debate.
This guy's funny.
Wait. See, Vladimir Putin is bad. Oh, this is from the prediction.
Ukraine.
Always pivoting the conversation or coming up with a whataboutism.
This guy's drama fucking creator energy is so funny.
You know what?
Hassan, this guy is such a rich piece of shit. Let's look at him being so unbelievably wrong. Hassan with his research team of absolutely no one. It's like that energy is
On the
so
ground
funny.
journalism.
Reverting to outright lying rather than just owning up and doing a better job next time.
You not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that
Oh,
you
it's him
give
watching
Israel and
himself,
Gaza. It's the
okay.
same level of reporting that
Okay,
you give
okay.
Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Put
If
the
you
bare
think
minimum effort in and just
you are
watch the shit.
revealing,
Just
you're
watch
revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a fucking YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports
I'm
and
not
talking
saying
to
it's the
on the
same.
ground
Okay,
journalists.
This is a long video. Jesus Christ. Whatever. If Willie Maxwell can get a debate with Hassan, then Dylan still has a chance. I don't think that's
No.
the case.
Well, okay, can I say something? And I want to be nice to Willie. There's a reason why he talked to Willie about Israel Palestine and about the war in Ukraine and his predictions. There's a reason why he's not talking to people who are somewhat more knowledgeable. And I'm not trying to shit on Willie, but I would say that Willie probably knows less than somebody who's like an educated like Ukrainian historian, or Willie probably knows less about the war in Ukraine than me or other people who would be very happy to talk to him about the war. I mean, the last time that 4 people tried to talk around Hassan or on the topic of Hassan around the war in Ukraine, he said that even discussing it with Ukrainians in this way was psychopathic, perverted, it was evil in all these ways. I don't think he's ever going to talk to me about it. I'd be happy to talk to him, but he's not. I just don't think he's going to. There's nothing to gain, and and to be frank, I'd hold his feet to the fire on the shit he said about right sector snipers, which was insane that he would bring that up on stream after doing no research. There's no way he did any research, brought that up, and said it was a credible theory. The bullets have been matched to police guns. How did that happen? Oh, God. Unbelievably frustrating. But
Ownerbox, so Kahan Commission is what can be cited for people who claim that Sharon wasn't responsible for the massacre. Yeah, or just present the facts. Present the facts. He knew that these guys had committed massacres in the past, and he knew that they were out for revenge after their leader got assassinated. Yeah. And they waited 36 hours before stopping.
I will say the message I got from this is if I just make enough videos bitching about Hassan, eventually he'll be forced to talk to me. I'm getting some perverse incentives here.
Damn. Oh well, this was good. It was good watching Vosh intellectually outpace these fucking morons. But okay, nice.
Morons, you're not gonna get on the show now. Bullying that
I
lovely bearded man.
Who is it?
That's
Amazing
TJ.
Atheist?
That's the wizard.
Oh, I thought he was cool.
Yeah, I like the Amazing Atheist.
He's just anti. Okay.
He's a cool guy. I
He
got to
just
talk
got
about
that-
like psychedelics. That was cool. I just disagree with their foreign policy takes to the bone of my body because I'm a
Yeah.
globalist.
Yeah. Okay. TJ, he's been around for a while, hasn't he? Overall, he seems chill. I don't know. I thought he was someone else. He didn't always have this beard, did he? He used to have a full beard. That's why I don't think I recognize.
Somebody in
Or-
chat suggests that I sandbag myself. Like I just pretend I'm mentally fucked.
What? Dylan Globehead. Hey.
Official promoter of the Globo Homo.
Did Hassan ask you Lonerbox and you declined? No. I asked him and I suggested we do it in a couple of days, and he was like, I think he's considering it. But
I shouldn't be here if he's considering it. I shouldn't be here.
I don't know. I imagine he probably would rather do other things because I think he knows that I would want to argue with him, and I kind of suggested that I would want to argue with him. So yeah, I did say that. Anyway,
What the fuck is he doing, man? Dude, there's no Stinko. I'm sorry. I don't like to judge people by their faith, but he's probably the least devout Muslim on the planet, man. There's no way that dude isn't drinking. There's no way that dude is engaging with intoxicants. No way he's keeping up with the faith.
well,
I
to
doubt
be
it.
to
I
be
doubt it to
fair,
my
that's
core.
also the case with Bin Laden.
That is true. That is true. Hey, both rich, privileged. I don't know. I don't think Sneako's college educated, but both rich, privileged, right wing extremists.
All right. Can't believe Bin Laden discourse came back, eh? What a world.
And personally, I think he's pretty radical from the letter I read. Somebody should stop him before he does something crazy.
I know, eh? Okay. Listen, guys, that's time. 4.5 hours, long stream. All right. Ooh. Vosh was gassing you up a while ago. He said every time he tunes in, there's big brain stuff going on.
Hell yeah.
He hasn't. I feel like I do a lot of trash on my streams. Anyway, listen. I think when we come back, guys, we're gonna have a Grace Thorpe convo. You know, because I do not. I've decided to respect the content. You know, and we're gonna. And she brings content. All right.
Yo, her father called me a coward for some reason recently. I don't know really why. Weird
Speaking
people.
of big brain stuff, you know, we need to
Weird
spice
people.
things up a little bit. All right. Okay. Get some haggis in you. He gave him a haggis empanada. You like that?
Haggis empanada. Cultural fusion if I've ever seen it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's leave it there, okay, guys?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody.
Take-
DylanBurns.tv, Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, Dylan Burns Live on YouTube.
Shut up, cock.